The latest news from around the world. 94.4
The Independent Electoral
Spice.
Boundaries Commission will submit names of presidential candidates to institutions responsible for matters related to Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity to establish their moral and ethical standing. Iebc Chairman Wafula Chebukati said the names will be forwarded to Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for scrutiny before they are cleared to contest. At the same time, Chebukati says presidential aspirants who hold degrees from foreign universities must obtain recognition and equation of academic qualifications from the Commission for University Education before registration as candidates. Now, Azimio la Umoja presidential aspirant Raila Odinga has assured the charge of a place in the management of the country's affairs should he form the next government, recognizing the vital role religious leaders play in the country's peace and harmony. Odinga said he will seek partnerships with the clergy in administrative and security issues. Odinga, accompanied by his running mate Martha Karua, further noted that he shall form a partnership with the church in line with the country's aspirations of unity under the Azimio la Umoja banner, since members of the clergy play a key role in a cohesive society. And Wiper Party says it is in consultation to offer a final statement on the way forward to joining Azimio, which will only happen under a structured dialogue. Addressing the media at Stony Athi River in Machakos County, the party Secretary General Robert Mbui said the only reason why Kalonzo decided to run for the presidency was because Azimio was picking its running mate through an opaque process. Mbui said they are still weighing their options, but should the offer tabled before them by the coalition party turn out to be dismal, they are willing to support Kalonzo to vie for the presidency. Company leaders led by Kitui Governor Charity Ngilu and Makueni's Kivutha Kibwana, while in Machakos last week, pleaded with Kalonzo to join Azimio and accept the offer given to him by the coalition party's presidential hopeful Raila Odinga. And the government has urged business firms and the private sector to resist blackmail and extortion disguised as protection money by rogue politicians. Interior CS Dr. Fred Matiang'i has said intelligence agencies are aware that politicians are extorting donations from prominent businesses in exchange for alleged protection in the next government. He said the forced election campaign donations are illegal and are being used to subvert the election process by providing the money to bribe voters and hire crowds. The CS revealed that there was a strong link between the firms succumbing to extortion and failure to comply with relevant laws and regulations. Now, outgoing Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua has refuted reports that he is gunning for the Mwala parliamentary seat. The Maendeleo Chapter party leader clarified he is not running for any elective seat in the August 9th election. Mutua early this month ditched Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition to join Kenya Kwanza, led by Deputy President William Ruto, citing mistrust. The county boss who shelved his presidential bid revealed he had negotiated for a powerful slot should Kenya Kwanza ascend to power. He said he had been offered the Deputy Chief Minister position with a ministerial portfolio in infrastructure development. The campaign vehicle believed to belong to Nakuru member of County Assembly hit and killed 2 people. The vehicle, branded Governor Lee Kinyanjui, veered off the Nakuru-Nairobi highway at Free area within Nakuru East sub-county in Nakuru County. After losing control, the vehicle hit a motorcycle with 2 people on board before crossing the railway and crashing into a trench. Nakuru County Police Commander Beatrice Kiraguri said the 2 died on the spot. Now, Terry Ramadhani has officially taken over as the Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority (KEMSA). The professional management services and corporate engineering expert was appointed to the position last week following competitive recruitment undertaken by the board. She assumed office after receiving office instruments from the immediate former CEO, John Kabushi. Ramadhani said she would maintain a consultative management approach and foster partnerships with all the stakeholders. And the Nairobi Metropolitan Services has yet again postponed the operationalization of the Green Park Terminal, which was to commence today. NMS Director General Mohammed Badi said the postponement came after public service vehicle operators requested for time extension. DG Badi further said that the new date will be communicated in due course. In the earlier directive, PSVs plying the Ngong Road and Aguin Squadron route were to start picking and dropping passengers at the new terminus from today. The directive had further indicated that next to relocate their operations to the Green Park will be matatus plying Langat Road, which will start operating at the terminus on May 27th. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM. Spice up your life.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refuse to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it
own
up.
money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning this Tuesday. What do we have in store for you concerning traffic? It looks like it's just starting to build up in many parts of the city. Nothing much happening on the Thika Superhighway today. Actually, everywhere you look, no traffic this morning. Coming out of Westlands looks pretty good as well. Jogo Road, which usually has some traffic at this time, that looks also really good as you're getting then towards Landis Road and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. We're going to keep an eye on things through the morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
SpiceFM. Nyeri. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
And it's already Tuesday. Okay. Just like that. How you Ndu?
Mimi niko fine, thank you.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Like properly.
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 Properly fine, thank you.
Very good. Siti. Wewe je, hujambo?
Mimi si jambo. Sijui wewe. Na sijui wewe Eric, na hata wewe ndio sijui wewe.
Tutajuana tu. Usijali.
Otherwise maisha kuna namna gani?
Otherwise maisha iko poa.
Otherwise.
Tuko poa kabisa Siti.
Good.
Yeah.
Hata mimi niko hapo tu.
Bam bam. Maisha inaendelea.
Maisha inaendelea vizuri sana jamani.
Things are good.
Things are good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Had a good Monday.
No, yesterday was a long day.
It was the long one.
I don't know why it is, but it was a particularly difficult Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Long, lengthy. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you start the Monday feeling tired.
You started off tired yesterday, and then that's how the day just went like that.
It just stays like
and
that.
yet, I had a good night's rest. Yes. Don't know why.
Nessa, sawa inde. Wait. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. We're glad that you tuned in and you have woken up bright and early. Good morning. Have a lovely day. Today's show is going to have some interesting conversations. Yesterday, we saw Wafula Chebukati and his team hosting candidates at Bomas of Kenya. Presidential candidates were there and were expected to go there and present their papers. Where. That requirement of 20,000 2,000 signatures per county, half of the counties. 48,000. Where? The problem is not the signatures. The problem comes. ID.
Signature you'll get.
ID. That is a big issue. So many of them were just there saying, it's an uphill task. Of course, those who are coming with political parties are saying it's easy. Political parties already have all that documentation. We'll have one of the presidential candidates in the studio today alongside his running mate. Reuben Kigame is a presidential aspirant in this election, and he has selected Irene Ng'endo Kamau to be his running mate. The two of them will be with us in the studio today. We want to hear their agenda. What exactly? We've hosted Reuben Kigame before. Immediately he announced his intention to vie for the presidency. He stayed the course. He's still there. He's now going independent. He'll come here and tell us, so why you? And why the choice of Irene Kamau as running mate? What does she bring to your campaign? All that and more at 8 o'clock. At 7, let's talk about university placement. So yes, Kcsc results are out now. Students are going to receive their admission to university. And Kcsc is doing its job. Kcsc. It's the Kenya University and Colleges Central Placement Service. And the CEO, Dr. Agnes Wahome, will be with us at 7 o'clock. Let's talk about making the right choices. Is it making the right choices or sticking by your choice? Now that that's already happened, we've had this conversation before, but let's hear when she comes here. So now there's COVID and there's monkeypox.
Indeed. And again, they're surprised as to how is it that African countries are able to keep monkeypox at bay. And my goodness, European countries and Western Hemisphere countries are getting this monkeypox.
What are they implying?
They're implying that if something so terrible is happening, that Africans should have been infected with it a long time ago.
Okay. They're also implying that it started with us.
Yes, monkeypox.
Because we're still evolving.
Yes, that we have not yet reached there. So, many questions being asked, and I'll give you a little bit of that in a short while. COVID-19 around the world, if this thing can just agree, 528,243,235 is what the global numbers are looking like right now. There have been 32 new cases in Kenya. The worrying thing about this is that it's from a very small sample size of 1,446. This is the highest number of infections that we've seen in Kenya over the last 1 month. From such a small sample size, you have such a large number, and that gives Kenya now a positivity rate of 2.2%. It has been under 1% for the last 11 weeks, and now we're looking at a situation where we're at 2.2.
Now it's rising.
It is.
It's basically, the curve is rising.
Yeah. There are many reasons being given for this. Remember, we talked about the World Health Organization, and then many medical experts who are saying, look, it looks as though this is something that's going to be around, just like the flu, that it'll be seasonal in terms of if you get into seasons whereby the cold and the rain will be the main feature during that season, then you're likely to see an upsurge of infections. Rain in Kenya over the last couple of weeks, not as heavy. However, Kenya is slowly inching towards the cooler season.
Where are these cases from, if you look at the distribution per county?
This is the thing. The last couple of weeks, we've seen cases that have been purely because of mandated testing. for travel and things like that. And then you would find that somebody was positive. Of these 32 cases, just from numbers that the information that we saw before from the Ministry of Health, is that 14 of them are those who presented to hospital, okay, with symptoms, and that they were not feeling well. Okay, so 14 of the 32 cases is where we see now this happening. Is it a cause for concern? Yes. Is it a cause for worry?
How about distribution in counties?
Right. So 23 of those cases are in Nairobi. 5 of them are in Kisumu. And then Nakuru, Kajiado, Kiambu, and Meru have 1 case each. So as has been the case ever since COVID made its entrance into the country, Nairobi has the highest number of cases. All right. Interestingly enough, all of those 14 cases that I'm talking about came out of Nairobi. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, something to look at. Moderna says it's looking beyond COVID vaccines for the Kenyan factory. So, of course, there are talks. The $500 million vaccine plant will have a crucial role to play in the fight against diseases beyond COVID-19 and a global glut of coronavirus vaccines. This was after talk about the vaccine oversupply that has crept up around the world, raising fears of the viability of COVID-19 plants in the pipeline. So they said, look, not to worry. We're not putting up this plant just to manufacture COVID vaccines. There are other vaccines, thousands of other vaccines that this can then be used for. Right? Okay, so let's take a glance at this whole monkeypox business. And where are we? What is the issue? A lot going on, and the question is right now, the monkeypox in the time of COVID, is the world going to be able to handle it? We're looking at just under 20 cases so far, and these have all happened in Europe and the Americas. And so now the question is, if it should creep onto the continent, will African countries be able to handle it? It has already started to become a question. And in the times of COVID, how will that be? So that's what's mulling about the minds of folks today in terms of COVID.
Wow. Okay. Keep it here for more conversations. Shortly, we'll be looking at the newspaper headlines, what's trending in the news, and we'll hear the day's proverb from CT. It's 17 minutes after 6, 18 minutes after 6, actually. Live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube, and Facebook, in addition to being live on SpiceFM across the country.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
It'll be a clear morning in Nairobi, currently at 17 degrees. We'll see highs of 27 today. At 16 degrees, mostly cloudy conditions in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 15. It's clear at 13 in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 13, while at 14, Eldoret is clear. It'll go to highs of 25. Light rain in Mombasa this morning, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And we'll see highs of 31 in the rainy Malindi, currently at 28, coming down to 26. At 20, Kisumu is clear, highs of 28, and we'll see rain showers at some point in Kakamega, currently clear, however, at 18, going to highs of 27 and lows of 16. Clear conditions at 21 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 17, while it's mostly clear in Dar es Salaam at 23, it'll go to highs of 32. 9 degrees and warming up slightly from yesterday. Johannesburg will go to highs of 19, clear skies this morning, and we're looking at rain showers in Lagos at 24, going to highs of 31. We'll see highs of 30 in Kinshasa, where it's currently clear at 22, coming down to lows of 21. 31 degrees and into afternoon, Beijing is reading 31, go to highs of 34 and lows of 19. It's raining this morning in Paris at 12, highs of 18 and lows of 9, while London is also wet this morning at 11. We'll see highs of 18 and lows of 10. 19 degrees in New York Monday night. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, 20 minutes after 6.
Mornings
Who is
done
online?
right.
Everybody.
94.4 Spice
Good
FM.
morning, and wa ebubere mumias. That's Faristo. He says he's also tuned in this morning. Malenga Mpelelezi is tuned in as well and says good morning to the Situation Room. From the lakeside of Kisumu, Atiano Germain is tuned in, and Franklin Andrew is up at dawn from Chalby Drive. Good morning, Wanjiro Mwangi says, and Dollar Jr. says he's locked in from Kaloleni, and the Gulf is tuned in as well. Okay, so many more people online this morning. Peter Ongera says he's missed us and he's back at the Ilukenya train station. Okay. Liz Coy says she's tuned in this morning. Morris Oyando says, good morning, guys. CT.
That's my guy.
That's your guy. Now, he said I should tell you, sometimes when you wake up tired, it's because you were running through someone's mind all night long. Have a great Tuesday.
Umesikia City? You've been running.
I was transported to someone's mind, and they were doing the running for me in their mind. But then when I woke up in the morning, I'm the one who was tired. Okay, metaphysics.
Mwangi Njoroge says good morning, and he's tuned in from the comfort of his grass-thatched hut. All right. Jao Noor says, have a wonderful day. Kenyan Sharif says, good morning, tuned in Spice. Good morning, lovely people. Good to see you too, Angela. Ivewa Francis is tuned in from Mombasa County, as is Robertson Bogo. And good day ahead, everyone. Berin Ogema says, good morning. And George Mashuki, Evelyn Mora, and Sky Tarish, as well as Ondicho, say good morning to you guys this morning. Amimo Vin says hello as well. Julius is also tuned in from Kisumu. Ahmed Galgalo is tuned in from Savani. Where's Savani? Do you know where Savani is?
There is a bookshop in Nairobi.
No, he's not at the bookshop.
Where is he?
Look at two of them.
Where is he?
Savanis.
He's a Savani.
He's at Savanis.
No, this is Savanis. Savani.
Okay.
Shower. He's a Savani.
So he's in a singular place. The other one is plural.
Yeah.
So you guys don't know where it is?
Nope.
Okay.
I have no idea where it is.
Jenga Wakwendeka says, good morning. Pamoja sana. Good morning, guys. Karibu sana.
There is Savani Secondary School, Kaptumo, Savani Road, Savani Tea Factory. So Savani must be a place somewhere near Kaptumo.
But
And Kaptumo is near?
So you know where Kaptumo is?
So it's near.
it's near.
On the road going to
Nandi Hills.
It's near Nini.
It
just says near.
Nandi Hills.
City.
Yes?
So we are no longer in Uganda. We have moved.
No, we've now gone to DRC. Remember the other time we were in Congo, Brazzaville?
Right.
Republic. Now we are in Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. Yes.
République démocratique du Congo.
Yes, that's
Okay.
it. We are in the du Congo.
Okay.
Right.
So a proverb here cannot be about cows.
No.
Okay.
We will start one
Touche.
which no cows here. It is we're going to talk about rodents.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about church settings.
And primates.
No, primates on this, but no, I don't have a single one. No, they're not
Okay.
primates here. No, not today. Okay? But the feline domesticus features. Cat, in other words.
I got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Covers.
Thank you.
A cat goes to a monastery, it still remains a cat.
So many interpretations.
Give us two interpretations.
No.
Come on, just two. The cleaner ones.
Okay.
A cat goes to a monastery. It's still a cat.
Yes. You remain who you are no matter what. Abi? Who you are is who you are. Coco.
Coco.
Oh, sorry. It's such a Nigerian thing.
Coco is what now?
Coco is like, isn't it?
And what is Abi?
Same thing. It's just different languages. Coco is Hausa.
Abi
is Yoruba.
Abi Coco.
Because in Hausa you say ko bahakaba. Ko is like isn't it? Isn't it? Ko bahakaba is isn't it? But then now you shorten it and you say Coco. So you get it.
Get it. Ko bahakaba.
Ko bahakaba.
Let's look at the newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke for all the premium content. Please just go in, subscribe, and you get access to everything that we talk about, plus more, including video content, audio content, pictorial content. Okay? So what are you looking at in the papers?
Mimi.
Yeah, wewe mwenyewe binafsi. Kwa upande wako.
The suspect in Mugota killing surrenders to DCI. Okay? Remember this gentleman who was killed coming off
Shot
Kenyatta?
at point blank range.
Right. The man linked to the daylight execution of Samuel Mugota on Mirema Drive, Nairobi, presented himself at the DCI headquarters Monday. Mr. Dennis Karani pleaded his innocence and distanced himself from the incident. Accompanied by his lawyer, Mr. Samuel Thuku, Mr. Karani arrived at Mazingira House at 10:20 a.m. clad in a yellow t-shirt, dotted black, or we could just say a black polka dot t-shirt. Anyway, a pair of black jeans, navy blue shoes, and a navy blue cap. Okay, now that we understand his fashion. Mr. Karani, in a brief talk with journalists outside the DCI headquarters, said he last bumped. I'm sorry, but I have to stop here. It says pumped. He last pumped into Mugota last year. And this is very interesting, seeing we're talking about somebody who was shot at. But it was clearly a typographical error. So we're going to go with bumped.
Okay.
He last bumped into Mugota last year at a car wash on Kenyatta Road in Kiambu County. He claimed his first encounter with Mugota was in 2018 at a friend's wedding in Meru County. I met and got to know him while attending a wedding of a friend who used to be Mugota's friend as well. We did an introduction, and after the function, I hiked a lift in Mugota's car and we drove back together. It was while driving back to Nairobi that we were acquainted better with one another. Karani says he was dropped on the Thika Superhighway since he stayed in Kiambu, while his newfound friend proceeded towards the Central Business District. We never met again until last year in March at a hotel, Icon Car Wash along Kenyatta Road in Kiambu. We exchanged pleasantries and chatted for about 10 minutes before parting ways. He remained in his car while I checked into the restaurant for the short time. Okay, hold on. He remained in his car while I checked into the restaurant. Since for the short time I knew him, he said he never used alcohol. That was the last time I saw him. Meanwhile, Karani, a businessman, said he was once arrested in 2018 over a business deal with a Meru trader gone sour. It was about a business deal that I was roped in. The complainant lost money following a transaction at the shop of an M-Pesa agent who happens to be my friend. I was arrested by DCI when the investigation showed some money had been transferred on my phone. The case file is still going on in court, although we are trying to settle the matter. The father of two says he is a cereals dealer and all his money is clean. I buy soya from brokers who get it from the Busia border, and later I sell it to retailers in Nakuru. This is the reason why I frequent Nakuru. Police are treating him as the prime suspect in the cold-blooded murder of Mugota, who detectives have described as the leader of a criminal enterprise that specializes in spiking victims' drinks before sweeping them clean of their bank accounts. This trend that we've seen rising much more over the last few months. Karani wondered why he was linked to this man's murder. He doesn't understand. How are you going to connect me to this? Mugota now was shot 6 times by a lone gunman, who now DCI are saying is Karani. He says he's never handled a firearm in his life. I only see them with the police. You guys.
Okay.
So I wonder why I am being implicated in a very serious case of murder. I am shocked with the turn of events, and that's why I have presented myself before the DCI. And he said his family and friends were traumatized to hear that his name has even been mentioned. Talk less of coming to the DCI headquarters.
Well, if you look at this guy, even the photo that the DCI circulated, and you look at the video of Mugota's shooting,
light and day difference between the two.
The frame of the person who is shooting Mugota does not look like the frame of the person that the DCI is saying could be the one. So anyway, Ati, how does this guy know Mugota? They've met. They've had a drink.
Time. No,
Mugota
didn't drink.
They met at a wedding.
They met at a wedding.
And then they've met later.
Later at a car wash.
At a car wash. See, now when they met at the wedding, then they came back in the same car.
They exchanged contacts.
And back. Karani was given a ride by Mugota.
Right.
See, Karani gets off on the Thika Superhighway. Okay. Mugota proceeds to the city. Then later on, a year after, they met at a car wash on Kenyatta Road.
Right.
See, now, that's it.
Yes.
After
that's
that,
how we know each other.
They did not meet again. In fact, when we met at the car wash, I entered the restaurant to have a drink. That's how I even knew Mugota doesn't drink. So after that.
And this was how long ago?
20 what? 20, the first time they met was 2018. A year later is 2019. Since then.
So how did the police narrow down on this particular man?
This is the question. 3 years later.
And it so happens that the person that we're talking about has actually ever met Mugota.
Twice.
Okay.
My friend.
And the only ever time he's ever had any transaction with the police is when somehow mysteriously money was sent to his phone and then it was seen that it was stolen from M-Pesa. Other than that, me and police, no. Me and guns, never. It is you people that I see with guns. I don't know.
He doesn't deal in Pishori.
No.
But he deals in soya.
He's a cereals dealer. He deals
with soya. Not Pishori.
No, please.
Okay.
Not green grams, not yellow beans.
Not muchele.
And he takes it from Nakuru to Busia.
No, from the other way around.
So from Busia to Nakuru. So then he goes to Nakuru every now and then to see his clients. That's why he's in Nakuru a lot. Other than that, no, please.
Okay.
It will unfold.
It will unfold.
It
will most
certainly unfold.
Yes, it will.
29 minutes to 7. Let's take a look at the traffic. How are the roads looking like? It's Tuesday. It's expected to be busy. Is it? Let's find out.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new world of entertainment from the comfort of your living room. Tune in to KTN Home every Monday to Thursday plus Sundays and catch Hollywood's finest movies from 10 p.m. for the time of your life.
All right, what are we looking at this Tuesday? It is the 24th, the day when we should have seen the Green Park terminus open for passengers then who were going Awings, Kodek and Gong Road. However, that has been cancelled because NMS has said, look, PSV operator said they needed a little bit more time. So, okay, until further notice. So for now, keep going to railways.
So they need time to do what?
They need time to not come and
know where they're going to fuel. What is the problem? When PSP guys say they need time.
In other words, they've told NMS, we will block the road. You see what they did in Westlands? So just be careful. Based on that, there's a little bit of traffic in certain parts of the city, but nothing too painful at the moment. We're seeing a build-up happen on the Thika Superhighway, but, little joins, fills the ocean. We're looking at just coming from that Utali Drift out towards the Pangani Underpass, and coming off of Kiambu Road, no traffic at all. Just as you get to Muthaiga Square is where you'll see something. But I'm telling you, Houdini is about to happen because in half an hour, there will be traffic everywhere. If you're out, enjoy it. If you're not, go now. If you're not going now, experience traffic later. Then let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
$26
Mornings
to 7. So
done right.
IEBC was meeting
94
aspirants yesterday at Bomas of Kenya, just to understand one or two things. Moja mbili tatu. So the registration of presidential candidates is set to take place between the 29th of May and the 7th of June, right? In a meeting with the IEBC yesterday, disgruntled aspirants are asking the electoral agency to scrap some requirements, including that one of presenting signatures and ID photocopies of 2,000 supporters from at least 24 counties. For many of these aspirants present, getting the 2,000 signatures and ID copies has proved to be a tall order, with many citing lack of resources to reach the required number of supporters. even as the deadline for submission elapsed yesterday. So Chebukati said, okay, so you guys are not ready. So I'm giving you until Wednesday. Wednesday is the 25th. Until Wednesday. We have allowed them to submit what they have today and ensure that by the 25th of this month, they'll have completed and complied. The aspirants are threatening to take Iebc to court over what they term as unfair setting of the political playing field to favor politicians from major political parties. Former Runyenje's MP, who has been in Ford Asili before, now he's running as an independent aspirant, Njero Kathango Mutumishi, says, you want to eliminate all these people from the presidential campaigns and have two characters only. That's why you've made it so difficult for us.
You know, it is being spoken of as though IEBC sprang this on these candidates yesterday. Yet, when we had the commissioner with us, we asked the same question. He told us, folks, this is a requirement that has been there from time immemorial.
Yes.
We didn't spring it on them. Anyone who wants to become a presidential candidate, no, it's not this year. It's been there. It was there last year. It was there the year before. It's been there.
It's been there since 2017.
Yes. So you cannot tell us that we've suddenly sprung this on you.
There's still a lot of confusion with these independent aspirants because they think that they are the only ones who are required to do this.
No.
But it's all aspirants. The others with political parties, of course, have the political
Those
party
things are
machinery.
there.
So it's going to be possible.
You just harvest and then you take.
Yeah. Jeru Kathango is one of those people who were organizing the Sabasaba protests in 1991 and 91. Now, the other person who has been an independent presidential candidate before, I think in the last two elections, Nazlin Umar, was also at Bomas yesterday. And she was like, you people, what you are doing is not right. IEBC has decided it's going to stand by Raila Odinga and a few other big boys whom they feel they want to clear. The rest have been locked out by these illegal and unconstitutional requirements.
Oh. Nazlin Umar wants to be president again.
You know,
No,
there's no.
She has not been president
yet.
I'm saying she wants to be again, as in
Yes.
she desires again.
You know, there's no limit to how many times you can want.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I was just checking that she's an aspirant.
Yes.
Okay, sawa.
This time.
Okay.
Again.
Ni sawa.
Again.
Yes.
Sawa.
Remember Raila Odinga's fifth attempt.
Of course, I'm just asking if she's amongst the others.
And we are also answering comprehensively.
Thank you, sir. All right.
With examples.
Okay. Thank you very much. So she's not a spokesman for the aspirant.
Nope.
Sawa.
Nope. Yep. So the requirement for them to go around picking these signatures, they're saying, we don't even have the resources to go around. Now, if you don't have resources to go around convincing 24,000 people, how are you going to get millions of voters on your
The
side?
thing that I really want to ask is, you know, when you want to be a presidential candidate, is it not up to you to determine and to understand what is required? Is it not up to you? Or you think it's IEBC's job? It's your job.
It actually is your job.
It's you who wants to be president, not IEBC.
The legwork must be done by you.
It's you. It's you.
Indeed. I don't, I think also here, I think there may be a misrepresented notion that IEBC is a handholder here for all aspirants across board. Really, they're not. Their job is to make sure that an election is carried out according to the law and that certain things are done then according to their act, right? But I think there is the impression here that IEBC, you're supposed to come on, guys. You can
And
at
there's
least
also the
help us.
impression that this is a requirement only for independent
For independent
candidates. It is not.
It is not. Look, I do say, I think that, they say communication is two-way. You may have said something, but then we can only test if it was adequate communication, if it has been received and understood by the person to whom you're speaking. So perhaps here we're dealing also with improper communication. And if you hear it over and over again, that people are saying they have an issue with this because they don't quite get it, then the onus is on you to continue. You just keep sending it out there. No. We have said you require 2,000 per constituency. That's what we're saying over and over again. It's because, my goodness, it's as though folks still don't get it.
No, it's more of folks got it, they just don't want it.
Then if you don't want it, come and go and sit down. It's very simple.
No,
here.
you wouldn't be a Kenyan if you just sat down. You must complain first.
Okay. So this complaining period ends when?
Soon.
Okay.
And then you must also find an excuse and point
blame
fingers.
somebody.
Now, that is now when it's complete. So, and this time it's the big boys, and you mentioned the big boys. So
Blame it on the big boys.
Yes, you have to.
I got it.
You
All
have
right.
to. Remember, we live in a country where we have a deputy president who tells you he's no longer deputy president, yet we see him in cabinet meetings.
Yes.
He tells us he's not deputy president, yet we see him living in a government house.
Yes.
He's not deputy president, and we see him with a government vehicle, security,
And
etc.
complaining about any change to his security.
Yes, so, and yet he is not. So you get a bit confused.
You don't expect the people to do less.
Yes, then you have another politician saying that, there are these two people who now want to be president. They're saying they're going to arrest people. Okay? Why don't they just arrest? And you're saying, but these are just ordinary citizens. They're not in the government. They're not the police. They're not. So this is the country we live in. Hear what people have to say, but please take the time to find out what the truth is. Yes.
It's true.
Get the information for yourself. City, what are you looking at?
I am looking at these are tales of war.
Right.
Okay? I looked at this page. And okay, let me look at the one which is least woeful. Okay, parastatals failed to pay 122 billion supplier bills.
How is that the least woeful? What on earth is on that paper?
I put it the other headlines.
What are the other headlines?
All right, I'll just read. Court stops 17 billion tax claim on alcohol tycoon. State officers in graft probe to lose pay perks in bill. Does it sound like there's any good news here?
Sheesh.
Okay. At least this one, we're dealing with bodies that are doing what they normally do. They usually
They just don't pay.
So that's why it's the least. It's just I'm just talking about something that has been happening, and now I'm briefing you on the continuation of the same. Can I continue?
Please do.
All right. Treasury shows that pending bills for state corporations surged to 385.6 billion from 262.9 billion in March 2021. Now the story. Parastatals, including public universities, racked up 122.7 billion in additional. Remember I told you it was a continuing story.
Right.
There are those which existed, now they've added. 122 addition. Additional arrears to contractors, suppliers and regulators in 12 months through March, signaling worsening cash positions for state-run entities. Data released by the Treasury shows that pending bills for state corporations, blah, 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 I read that one earlier on. Okay? Yes, but I'd read it.
Yes, you had.
All right, let me just turn to page 4 so that we can continue with our tales of war. Now, the Treasury has repeatedly issued circulars to state entities from 2019 to prioritize payments of debts, especially to contractors and suppliers to support economic growth and sustain jobs. Okay? Clearly, this call has not been heeded too.
No.
Okay? Rising supplier debt at national and county levels has deepened cash flow challenges for firms, especially the micro and small size, forcing some of them to close down. This is half the story. People have actually died, literally.
Waiting to be paid.
Yes, you get a contract. For the first time, you go and get a nice, huge, chunky loan. And then these guys don't pay you. Then, the bank comes for your house, comes for your car, comes for your land, comes for everything that you owned. So essentially, you started off as a businessman and you end up as a poverty-stricken citizen.
Yeah.
And then you end up going to hospital. You can't pay the bills. It's a crazy setup.
Yeah.
Crazy setup.
It's bad.
It isn't as though you can't say that they didn't have money throughout. And you don't also see a history of them trying to reduce the debt. Because if they were trying to reduce the debt, how would the debts have increased? They would have at least remained constant. You'd have known, okay, the new debts, they've at least sorted them out.
But when parastatals are not able to pay debt, so parastatals are supposed to be money-making entities.
They are supposed to be.
So if they're not being able to pay their debt, what should happen? That debt is then absorbed by the National Treasury.
That's what usually happens.
So the National Treasury has no money to clear these debts on behalf of its children.
Doesn't. It's not a pleasant case, though.
No.
It's very sad because we are talking about human beings. We're talking about people who a tender advertised, people who thought, all right, maybe I
can do this.
And they went through the process, they went through the tender committee, evaluation, they won the tender, they mobilized, they got the job done.
The big problem I know with county systems is that is what the asking price for someone to get paid their money. I am told that it started off at 10%, the initial days 20, got to 30%. You're owed this, you pay a percentage of that. Start with 10%.
For the money that you're owed?
Yes, so that you can be paid your money.
Okay.
20%, 30%. I was being told there's some crazy situations where the money you're owed, they're asking for 75%.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I am telling you what I'm told. I've been asking about this because it concerns me.
Surely. That's madness.
No, it's absolute madness, but it's just the way it is.
It's the reality of our times.
So you'll find somebody who, remember when the president gave instruction that those who are owed money from God knows which date were supposed to be paid first? That the president was talking to himself. People who are owed money a couple of months old will get paid, and those who've been owed for the last 3 years don't get paid. Yes. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission have their work cut out for them.
I'm telling you.
This matter of lifestyle audit, let it kick in and let people answer to how it is they're able to accumulate all that they have, and yet they don't have any viable business that can justifiably prove the incomes that they claim to have.
The other story that you said was woeful. Let me read it. It's from the courts, right?
Yes, it is.
The High Court has quashed a 17 billion shilling tax evasion case against the businessman Humphrey Kariuki and kicked out the police from prosecutorial work. Now, remember this one.
Yeah.
The billionaire businessman Humphrey Kariuki had a case that was widely publicized with a raid to his alcoholic beverages company going all the way into Mount Kenya, coming into places in Nairobi. And then he was charged with more than 10 counts of tax evasion, amounting to 17 billion shillings.
Yes.
Now, he opposed that because he said, look, the people who are investigating these are the police, and the people who have brought me to court are the police. Police don't have a role in prosecution in this country. They don't. That job is given by the Constitution to the DPP. Now, Justice Anthony Mrima, who sits in the Constitutional Court in Nairobi, looked at that and said, yeah, but it's an obvious thing. These two entities have been fighting here like small children over and over again. DPP, DCI, DPP. The DPP in this particular case sat back as he watched the DCI usurping his authority, and he never said a thing. And then later he tried to come and amend the charges. Look, this should not have been brought to this court by the DCI. Off you go. Leave this man alone. I will quote what the justice said. Unless sanctioned by the DPP to arrest suspects or to undertake further investigations over this matter, that is the end of the role of the National Police Service in the criminal justice system. He said separation of roles is constitutionally designed for the simple purpose of instilling fairness and confidence in the criminal justice system and eradicating the possibility of conflict of interest or bias between the two organs. He said, we had this issue before the 2010 Constitution. After the 2010 Constitution, this story is done. So, bringing Mr. Humphrey Kariuki to court is okay. But the DCI or the police bringing Mr. Humphrey Kariuki to court is not okay. And that case, just like that.
That's how it's done.
It's out.
Yep. That one is finished.
Yeah, it's done. Why? Do you think it has ended the way it was designed to end?
Yes, you put it correctly. We're looking at a good design here. Yeah.
So from the very beginning, this was the journey.
You really think the police do not know? They do know. You can't be a policeman and not understand the law. It's not possible.
Or
because
the DPP.
Yeah, you can't, because everything you function from, the premise is the law. So you know the law. Something as obvious as this, which even I, a damn layman, knows. And then we are being told to swallow this story of Ednah.
Yeah, it's the DCI who went to court. And yet, We have seen the DPP on very many occasions arguing against such cases.
Absolutely.
And saying, no, seeking an application and saying, no, I'm the one who should be here. We saw one about the extradition of the two gentlemen, Gishero and Chris Okemo.
Yeah.
DPP took the AG head on all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
I am the one who should be seeking extradition in court, not the AG. It went all the way. So why did he allow this one?
I wonder why.
Not one. I need to be told something else.
You're not buying?
No, sorry. Not this one.
It's not this one.
Yeah.
It would appear as though your current Machakos governor now wants to be an MP. Maendeleo Chapter party leader and Machakos governor Alfred Mutua is seeking the Mwala parliamentary seat in an electoral commission filing has shown. You like that?
On which ticket?
Okay.
See, Maendeleo Chapter.
No, I thought he joined UDA the other day.
No, he joined the Kenya Kwanza party coalition.
Who said it's fake?
It's in the news, so it must be real. It's in the paper, so it must be real. Maendeleo Chapter party leader and Machakos governor is seeking the Mwala parliamentary seat. Dr. Mutua, a second-term governor, recently ditched Raila Odinga's Azimio la Umoja won Kenya for Deputy President William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza Alliance. The listing of Dr. Mutua, full name Alfred Nganga Mutua, in the Mwala parliamentary race means the governor will go head-to-head with Dr. Ruto's candidate, incumbent Vincent Musyoka alias Kayawa. Musyoka has been an ardent supporter of the DP and has led various campaigns for him in Machakos County. So this is a list that was found at the election board.
Okay.
His name is on a list. Whether he has then opened his mouth to say, I am actually in the race, two totally different things.
He tweeted yesterday. For avoidance of doubt, I wish to clarify that at this particular time, that is yesterday, I am not running for any elective position in the forthcoming elections. I am concentrating on campaigning for the Kenya Kwanza coalition so that Kenya can get a new system where dreams can come true.
So now what happens to you want to hear the violins and the doves being let into the air. Listen, so what happens to IEBC's list?
See, they can put the list. Him is not going to campaign for it.
Nisawa. That would have been interesting, though.
As of yesterday.
But today anything can change.
Yeah,
After all, you have people who are attending interviews and not attending interviews.
Of course.
Joining parties and not joining coalitions.
But on the other hand, they've already submitted their name to the IEBC to be president.
To be presidential candidate. So anything can happen.
Even when you try to paint a fairer picture for our politicians, just when you're about to say, sometimes we misunderstand, you realize you misunderstand nothing.
You understand it clear, pop and play.
You got it right the first time.
Yes.
Just continue getting it right.
So he's going for Mwala. Mwala MP. Nisawa basi. City.
Well, I am looking at the Star.
Yes.
There is a problem with the relaying of results. This is page 6 of the Star. Okay? Why relay of results may fail again, as 1,100 polling centers lack 3G coverage. Okay? Again. Remember, the President Uhuru's 2017 victory was nullified partly due to result transmission failures. Right? Right. Now, this is an article written by Alan Kisia and Felix Kipkemoi.
Okay.
New details have emerged. The transmission of presidential election results could fail again in some polling stations during the August 9th elections. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission on Monday confessed that at least 1,100 polling centers are yet to be connected to the 3G network, making it impossible to transmit results. Commission Chairman Wafula Chebukati said a report from the Communications Authority indicated that centers without coverage may not be able to transmit results at the National Tallying Center. We asked them, CA, for a report on the quality of service, and they said 1,100 centers do not have 3G. They asked us to run tests to check if it was possible to transmit lower speed network, Chebukati said. Now, if a problem has actually been identified this early, what is it that prevents the problem from being solved?
Okay. Remember when you hosted the Director General of the Communications Authority here?
We did.
Who is a former CEO of the Iebc, and he had the experience of the 2017 election. He told us the same. It's about 1,000 polling centers that do not have 3G coverage.
Doesn't mean they
But
cannot
there are
transmit.
27,000 polling centers in total. What is 1,000 in terms of percentage?
And where are
Secondly, how many people, how many votes are we talking about in these 1,000 polling centers? And what does it mean? Because we are talking about transmission. The transmission here is for the presidential vote.
they? Yes.
What does it mean in terms of the presidential vote? What number is this? If you look at 19 million, let's even go into 21 million voters, the 1,000 polling station centers in far-flung parts of this country, maybe they have 1,000 votes in total. What's the impact? But also, the thing would be interesting to see what is the Iebc doing to see whether they can still manage to transmit. Remember, Chiloba had talked about, can they use satellite? Can you transmit? Yeah, using satellite.
You know, let me speak Kenyanese now.
Okay.
For avoidance of doubt.
Yes.
Okay?
Please.
It is important
Yes.
that we are told all stations, all polling stations in the country all,
transmit through
all,
the
all,
3G.
all, because this is Kenya. It will start with 1,000, then you'll find some other crucial ones suddenly have 3G problems. It's like a stomachache that has suddenly hit the polling stations. All polling stations must have that capacity. They
What's
must.
difficult about making this decision? It is clear that there are challenges, right?
Yeah.
In terms of transmission. You know from the get-go that
But
you
there's
have
time to
challenges.
sort it out.
That's what I'm saying.
But time
How
to sort
about
it out.
making a
Look,
decision
guys,
about it now?
Guys, to sort it out means that Safaricom goes and installs a 3G mast somewhere.
The question I'm asking is, can you transmit with the 2G?
It can't with these gadgets. No.
See,
That's what I'm asking.
But this is my question is, what are we waiting for?
What
you
does it
find people
mean?
scrambling around 1st of August. What? Figure it out now.
My issue is, what does it matter?
If what?
If 98% is covered, elections are not
1,000 polling stations.
elections
is just
are not
over.
conducted electronically.
No, they're
Voting
not.
is manual.
Is manual.
Counting is manual. Signing of the forms is manual.
But
Yes.
it's very clearly a sticking
Then
point.
just have a clear way of saying that we shall get this form 34
From here to
is
here.
from there to here. We don't need to transmit this thing. We must not transmit.
we
Let's
need
transport
to
the form.
transmit.
Yes.
So focus on transportation.
Do you know why we decided to be transmitting these things? That transportation used to be interesting.
But you see, once this time, you're only dealing with 1,000 centers in X number of constituencies. If we heard from what
5%.
Willis was telling us, Willis Otieno, yesterday, the Court of Appeal has agreed with the High Court that elections are taking place at constituency. in the
Level.
Yes, they have agreed.
So the returning officer at the constituency has declared this is the result here. And people have signed. Get those people in a van, all of them.
Move.
Returning officer plus all the party agents, put them in a vehicle.
Even if you reach tomorrow.
Put two cars in front and behind. GSU mbele, ATPU nyuma. Kuja Nairobi. What is this, bwana?
This 1,100.
It's about 5%
Yeah, but where
of
are
the
they
total
exactly?
number. So we don't know.
I'm
exactly.
saying this because if, again, Kenyanese, for avoidance of doubt, okay, it is important that people are told, this region, these polling centers
These
have
are the ones
which
that
have
do-
a problem. And these polling centers have this number of voters, blah, 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 clear.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that, you know
And
what
you
happens.
spring it up.
Then after people have voted, then you want to come and tell them, oh, by the way,
Whoever loses-
this is one of those centers
Whoever
that had a
loses
problem.
their votes, those ones,
You people stole our
there.
votes.
Yeah.
You have stolen our votes.
And
That's
there'll
what
be
I'm saying. Why not communicate the issue today,
It's being
now?
communicated. That's what Chebukati was doing the day before yesterday. That's being quoted there.
Do you know where the 1,000 polling stations are?
Maybe he said, ask these guys who have written the story. Did they ask?
I'm reading.
Wakambiwa, that I will not tell you.
I am reading. I am reading.
City is still reading.
I'm reading.
They didn't write it. It doesn't mean IEBC. Chebukati did not.
I agree with you. This information is known.
Okay, it is
Yes.
true.
It's known.
Miss Awa.
Yes.
It's known.
Anyway, coming to the top of the hour, keep it here for more conversations. University selection is our topic in the next hour. It's now 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsline Dennis Oseto. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission will submit names of presidential candidates to institutions responsible for matters related to Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity to establish their moral and ethical standing. Iebc Chairperson Chebukati said the names will be forwarded to Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for scrutiny before they are cleared to contest. At the same time, Chebukati says presidential aspirants who hold degrees from foreign universities must obtain recognition and equation of their academic qualifications from the Commission of University Education before registration as candidates.
Presidential aspirants who hold degrees from foreign universities must obtain recognition and equation of their academic qualifications from the Commission for University Education before the registration date. Please come, if you have foreign degrees, come with a certificate from the Commission for University Education, or when you come for registration from the 29th of May. And the Commission has already submitted your names. For those who submitted as aspirants to the Chapter 6 institutions, that is the Kcsc and ODPP, for purposes of obtaining details of moral and ethical requirements.
Azimio la Umoja presidential aspirant Raila Odinga has assured the church of a place in the management of the country's affairs should he form the next government, recognizing the vital role religious leaders play in the country's peace and harmony. Odinga said he will seek partnerships with the clergy in administrative and security issues. Odinga, accompanied by his running mate Martha Karua, further noted that he shall form a partnership with the church in line with the country's aspiration of unity under the Azimio la Umoja banner, since members of the clergy play a key role in a cohesive society. Now, Wiper Party says it is in consultation to offer a final statement on the way forward to joining Azimio, which will only happen under a structured dialogue. Addressing the media at Tony Athi in Machakos County, the party's Secretary General Robert Mbui said the only reason why Kalonzo decided to run for the presidency was because Azimio was picking its running mate through an opaque process. Mbui said they are still weighing their options, but should the offer table before them by the coalition party turn out to be dismal, they are willing to support Kalonzo to vie for the presidency. Ukambani leaders led by Kitui Governor Charity Ngilu and Makwendi's Kivuta Kibwana, while in Machakos last week, pleaded with Kalonzo to join Azimio and accept the offer given to him by the coalition party's presidential hopeful Raila Odinga. Now, the government has urged business firms and the private sector to resist blackmail and extortion disguised as protection money by rogue politicians. Interior CS Dr. Fred Matiang'i said intelligence agencies are aware that politicians are extorting donations from prominent businesses in exchange for alleged protection in the next government.
I'm going to challenge you, private sector people. We are here as citizens. I want to look you in the eye and tell you this. Stop funding crooks, yourselves as private sector people, who come to you at night and threaten you that if you don't support them, you are not going to do business after the elections. Some of these fools get money from you. Let us be very honest with you. So if you stop giving them money, they will not have money to stress us. So look inside and look yourself in the mirror. As you have conversations with us about these things, look at these people whose meetings you are going to at night and during weekends, and places where you are going in some of these sub-market estates in this town.
He said the forced election campaign donations are illegal and are being used to subvert the electoral process by providing the money to bribe voters and hire crowds. This year has revealed that there was a strong link between the firms succumbing to extortion and failure to comply with relevant laws and regulations.
Stop listening to those threats about you will not do business after the election. Why won't you do business? Look everyone in the face and tell them you don't have money to give them to pay crooks. So once you stop doing those things, because those people who give the money, some of them are your members. And the other problem that we are dealing with in this year's election, I've said it several times before, is a bribery of voters. That is going to be an unprecedented scale. We have seen it before. And I have said this, I'll repeat it again here. As a responsible public servant, if we are not careful Kenyans, let us not pretend we are going to launder wash characters into elective institutions.
Now, outgoing Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua has refuted reports that he is gunning for the Mwala parliamentary seat. The Maendeleo chapter party leader clarified he is not running for any elective seat in the August 9th election. Mutua earlier this month ditched Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition to join Kenya Kwanza, led by Deputy President William Ruto, citing mistrust. The county boss, who shelved his presidential bid, revealed he had negotiated for a powerful slot should Kenya Kwanza ascend to power. He said he had been offered the Deputy Chief Minister position with the ministerial portfolio in infrastructure development. This is Newswire. Dennis Osedo, good morning.
Traffic in most parts of the city this morning, and we're seeing quite some of it coming off of Thika Superhighway. Then going towards the Pangani underpass. Looks like it's going to be crazy for some time. Coming off Jogo Road, it's also bumper to bumper as you're heading to the city. Not too bad on Mombasa Road today. A lot of folks using the expressway, so I guess it's helping in some areas. Let's look at the eastern part of the city, where on the eastern bypass you will have some traffic going then towards Outer Ring and then through to the Thika Superhighway on the other side. We're seeing some traffic build up on Kiambu Road as well. Shouldn't be too crazy then coming out into the city, but we'll keep an eye on that. Let's talk through the morning on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
7 minutes
Room.
after 7. Good morning. Welcome to the
start
second
your
hour
day.
of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room on SpiceFM, on YouTube and Facebook. We are going to have a conversation now about university and colleges placement and selection of courses. C.T. Muga has the day's proverb from the DRC.
DRC, Democratic Republic Congo. A cat goes to a monastery. It still remains a cat.
Kama paka ngaingia judge.
Doesn't matter. Even if the cat goes and is trained, comes out, cat.
A cat. A cat goes into a monastery, it still remains a cat. What were they thinking?
You are what you are, not just who. You are what you are.
What else goes into a monastery and comes out different? So why cat?
Well, the thing about proverbs, they play heavily on imagery. So you take an unusual character, and this one is the character of a cat. Because the question asked is surely, what is a cat going to do in a monastery? Cats don't go to monasteries to train or to live there, but should they? It's human beings who do that. So it raises the question, when human beings go to the monastery, do they actually change?
Maybe that's the expectation.
It is the
That
expectation.
you go into a monastery, you come out different. But there's probably some other deeper belief about cats.
See, the thing is also looking at DR Congo, where the cat is thought to be an agent of evil.
Yes.
A monastery is a place where people go to be essentially morally sanitized.
Yep.
So even if a cat goes into a monastery with the expectation that you go into a monastery and you come out clean, clean.
So you take the devil into the monastery, he comes out as the devil.
It comes out a devil who went to the monastery.
Oh, yes.
But still the devil.
Just
Still
a
the
well-traveled devil. Okay. Yeah, because it can't just be about a cat walked into a monastery. Cat walked out of a monastery.
Yes.
It has to be something about the cat.
If this proverb didn't elicit a debate, then it is not a very good proverb. Yes, this one is a good proverb.
It is, eh? Okay. So, Kcsc results came out, they were announced. People did their thing, they found out their results. Been waiting now to get the admission letters into the various universities and colleges and all the tertiary institutions. Some of their choice, others not of their choice, but circumstantially they end up going there. What is it that talks about making the right choices for university? We've had this conversation before, and the lady with whom we had the conversation is back. Dr. Agnes Wahome is the CEO of the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. We call it KUSIPS.
KUPS.
What do you call it?
KUPS.
Okay. The C's are silent.
Yes.
KUPS. No, KUSIPS sounds better.
KUSIPS sounds nice.
But,
Yes,
make sure that the C's are there.
Yes,
College and Central. Okay. So, KUPS. How are you doing at KUPS, though, Dr. Wahome?
Oh, we are doing well.
Yeah.
A lot of changes in the way we are doing our things. Yes, we got the results from NEC. And in less than 3 weeks, we were ready with our systems to get our students start applying. So the speed with which we have prepared this time has been amazing. And we hope to get the students to know where they'll be placed again by end of June. This is again, record time. It has been taking months. So, to calm the anxiety of Kenyans, I can assure you by the time we go into the elections, everybody will be knowing which institution they're going into.
So by end of June,
yes,
you'll have done it.
Yes.
Just take us through what happens. So NEC releases results.
Okay, let's start before the release of the results.
Okay.
You've gone into Form 4. Okay, you've gone into secondary school.
Yeah.
Form 1 and 2, you choose the subjects that you want to study.
Yeah.
So you need to already start thinking about the career because the course is guided by the subjects that you do. So we start career guidance from Form 1 and 2 on, and as we do this, we guide them on the subject selection. Then Form 3 and 4, we start the discussion on your career choice. Exactly what career do you want to go into, which institutions provide this training, and what are the areas of employment or self-employment that you can go into based on the subjects that you have been taking. And then at the same time in Form 4, we open the system for them to start making their, I would call, preliminary choices. So as they are being guided by their career teachers, then they select the programs they want to go into, and that's what we call the center application. So once they do this, and they sit for the exams are out, we open now the system for fast revision, which is what we are doing now. Okay. So there are those who made their choices while in school, at the center selection, and then they will revise in this time that we are open. So we are open for 2 weeks for revision of those choices, and for the ones who did not make their choices while in school, this will be the first time they are interacting with the system. And then after we open for the 2 weeks, then we do the simulations because it's very competitive. No one goes in with lower marks before somebody who had more marks than them. We put in algorithms, and the whole thing is systems based, then if you have been left out of the program you had selected, for example, medicine, we have 500 places. And we have 1,000 applicants. So the 500 who are left out are given a chance to do a second selection.
Okay.
So we open the system again after running the simulations, and we send you a message that says you did not get one of the choices that you applied for. Kindly revise. So we give you that second chance, and we publish the available remaining
slots
and
courses.
Exactly.
Okay.
Then we run it again, and we do a third time. So by the time we are doing this for the third time, generally, almost everybody who applied has found their place.
Something I'd like to ask. You say you look at the algorithm, the matrix, whatever it is that you use. You look at the marks. Is it a cluster that you look at? Do you look at subjects? Do you look at the key subjects? Is there a cutoff point?
I started off by saying when we are guiding them, the Form 1 and 2, we guide them on the subject selection, linking that with a certain career.
Yes.
So we look at what are the requirements for a program. Medicine, the subjects required for this biology, chemistry, maths, and a language, in most cases English, where you need to get a B. Now,
how come in my time they wanted people to pass physics as well?
Now, physics is if you're doing engineering and computer science. So we guide them because you find there are schools that will find it. I would give an example of a school where I went and I asked, how many of you want to be engineers? And these are Form 4s. And they, being a boys' school, they all had their hands up. And I asked, how many of you are taking physics as your subject? None.
None of them was taking physics.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing we are trying to deal with. You know what you want to be? Start very early by getting the right subjects and knowing where to put more effort, which subjects you need to put more effort, because some students will say, I want to be an engineer. But you don't realize you still have to have a language. So they don't pay much attention to
the languages.
To the languages. So this kind of, it's quite interesting.
So this takes place in high school. During your years in secondary school, that's when you get, and that's the importance of the career guidance in school. So that you know the subjects to select. By the time you're going into Form 3, you're already within the proper cluster of subjects.
Exactly.
And then now.
So those are the cluster subjects, based on his question. So that gives you the cluster subjects for every course. Some have 4 subjects, some have 2 subjects, some just require you to have a C+ as your mean. So now, when you select, we also look at the available capacity. We work with the universities to ask them to declare how many spaces do you have for each program. Now we get to engage with the Commission for University Education because they are in charge of looking at the quality of education. So a university says, I can take 1,000 students for this program. Commission comes in and says, no, you have the resources and, you can only handle 600. So they do that quality assurance. And we get that data from them. Once the university tells us, I want 1,000, we go to the commission, and commission gives us the proper validated, we say the validated capacity. So we put that in the system. So in our system, we have the results, and we have the capacities. And we just let them roll, compete. So we are looking at, as the system is doing the selection, it looks at the students' performance in that subject against the overall performance of all the students who did the subject.
Wow. Okay.
So that gives you your cluster weight.
Okay.
And this cluster weight, that's your performance in those subjects against the national performance. Now, this is in I would say, for example, you get a cluster weight. Looking at 4 subjects for medicine, you end up with a cluster weight of 43.001.
Right.
And another one gets 43.000. So they start competing on this.
On just that 0.001.
Exactly. That's how precise the system is.
Wow.
You know? And some people say, oh, you know, they come and tell me, Mercy, my child had 43 point this. Can we just round off?
Yeah, I mean, to the next.
I mean.
But it's that competitive.
It's that competitive. Mathematics, when we were in class, we learned how to do the rounding off. But I'm sorry, we can't round off human beings. You can't.
3.5.
It is done. It's 3.5.
And
even 0.001, surely. You're rounding off to the next what?
2 words come to mind here.
Yeah.
As you're talking about this. Moderation, standardization. Does it feature? At what point does it feature in the system? Not when they get to you. What about the point at which papers are being examined?
You know, Okoh, I'm talking about what we do. There is no moderation. There is no standardization. What you get
is what
that's
you
it.
have.
What you receive is what you deal with.
Yes.
What happened before then? It happened before then.
I will not talk on what
you won't even dare.
No.
Doctor, if you were to compare when you first opened the system and the number of students, be they in Form 4 before their final exams, start to make their selections, because you said they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
After the results come out, you open the system again. What's the percentage, or what's the difference in numbers between those who apply while they're still in school and those who wait until after they've seen the results of their exams to then apply?
A lot of students, I would say 90% say, let me see what I get first. I understand, I appreciate, but let's see how things turn out. So there's that apathy of, wanting to make a choice before you know what you will get. Yeah.
And what's the encouragement from where you sit with what you're dealing with right now of those who've all finished their KCP and waiting for placement later to start university later on in the year? What would be the preference at the placement platform?
Our preference would be if they can make these choices while in school, because, once you do it when you're in school, you have an opportunity of engaging with your career guidance to take you through, the system and how it works. So you are well guided at the school level. And once the results are out, nobody is, nobody blocks you from revising that. But you already start looking and
you familiarize yourself with the system. Basically, what you want is for people to know the system before they have to actually deal with the system.
Yes, but there is also something else. Once these students get out of school, they seem to just have forgotten that a time will come when they have to make these choices. So there are those who just don't apply. We have to go looking for them through the schools. We are looking at the system and we see there's a pattern of a school that students have not applied. So we call the principal, please look for your
students and let them apply.
So the school is a better place to get all this coordinated than now. We make announcements, we go around, we send our officers. But once these students are not in a school setup,
You see, even access to the portal, access to internet, access to all this time and information, it varies. If we look at, I just want to look at things in totality. How many in total university slots do we have for all courses, university level?
Currently, we have 207,000.
That's 207,000 available university slots for the various different courses.
Yes.
And at the end of, like, in this year's Kcsc, how many qualified with university entry grades?
We had 144,000. I think 600 are Kenyans. Yeah.
So we have more slots than the number of students who've actually qualified for university.
Exactly.
And we now, even beyond this, we have the colleges, the tertiary colleges.
Yes, we have the tertiary colleges that, and we encourage students who make it to the university, the C+ and above, to also consider.
Another question, sorry, City.
Yes.
In the center application, this is the application before Kcsc, how many people apply for this particular year?
This particular year, we had, out of 10,000 centers, we had about 2,000 applying.
So you only had 2,000 people who have applied?
No, schools.
Out of this,
yeah. Well,
2,000 schools?
Yeah, this would give you slightly less than 100,000 students. Slightly less than 200,000 students. It was 100 and something.
Okay.
Which is still not good. It's not good
You'd
at
still
all.
want more, because you're talking about 200,000 out of 1 million.
Well,
about 800,000 Form 4 candidates.
We are talking about less than a quarter.
Okay. I hear these numbers, and I can understand. I mean, the last couple of times we've spoken with you, I mean, looking at, obviously, there really isn't enough for everybody to go around. I mean, and that's what we are looking at right now, that we will be in a situation whereby we have more numbers in terms of humans than there are spaces for entry into university. So what is then the encouragement if there's not enough space? And is this now the recommendation for, TVETs and things like that?
No, we have enough space.
There are more spaces
we
than
have
those that have
more
qualified.
spaces than the students who have qualified. And I think it's a good problem.
Okay, that's a good problem then, yes.
That's a good problem.
Yeah.
But with a disclaimer, please, we are not saying that everybody who got C+ and above should go to the university. Because if I look at the TVET programs that we have engineering, for example, a diploma in mechanical engineering. If that student who really wanted to do engineering but ended up with a C, is unlikely, C+, is unlikely that they will go in as a government-sponsored because they need to compete with the A's.
Yep.
So if they still have the maths and physics, they can start at diploma level, then proceed to degree and still be registered in this country as engineers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I take a step back? This example that you've also given about going to this school and hearing from these young men that they obviously have not taken the prerequisite course for this next course that they want to take appears to be a problem. And knowing that students should be working with their career counselors, for example, or their guidance counselors in terms of this selection, then does your office insist on that connection between the student and the counselor, the guidance? Because it kind of doesn't make that you want to do a course like engineering, for example, and you're not taking on the physics. Even if you didn't know, by the time you had the sit down with said person, then they should have been able to look through and say, well, if you want to go into engineering in the next 1 year or so, or 2 years or 3 years, because this is at Form 1, Form 2 level, then physics amongst your subject clusters must have been lined up. So that means there's some lack of communication or lack of knowledge or awareness at that sense. Or what do you see to be the problem? Because it then has a direct impact on the placement.
Yes. The gap here is when the teacher doesn't also understand. So we have a program for career teachers where we train as COOPs. One of our responsibilities is to train these teachers. So we have a very vibrant program for teachers, but we are looking at it that moving forward, we don't want a situation where the teacher is already in practice and they're having to go back to learn these things. We want it to be part of the training. When a teacher is training at the college, then they are getting these skills. And as we speak, we have a team working in Naivasha as we speak with the PS curriculum development. This is Professor Fatuma Chege, that are working on a career handbook. We've had a career book for the current system, but we are working on one for the CBC because this now will start at grade 7. The class that is now doing their exam this year, this is grade 6. So they will be going into grade 7, and we are preparing the handbook that will be used by the teachers who will be teaching these classes, and also for parents to understand. So it will be a handbook that is part of the books that
that you actually get into junior secondary with.
Once you get into junior secondary, the teacher must provide career guidance as a prerequisite. Yeah, so we are working both, and I think the most, what I'm seeing as a space that will be very interesting is how do we get the parents to also understand.
That's a tough one. Let's talk about that after the break. It's 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Dr. Agnes Wahome is the CEO of the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement System or Service. She calls it COOPS. We call it CUSIPS.
We can't get over it, sorry.
We're talking about making the right choices. This is the time for university placement. She says the portal has been open for 2 weeks. The system is working, algorithm working, and then you'll have another choice again to look at what you have or whether you got what you got. And don't always only think about university. It's universities and colleges. Okay? And you set your Kcsc, and you're thinking about where you want to go to next. This is the conversation for you. Kenya Revenue Authority also wants to have a conversation with you. If you have a tax dispute, there's a whole journey through this, Dr. Wahome. The KRA Commissioner General looks at your books, looks at your PIN, and then realizes.
They just say, in fact, they say exactly that.
Kumbe, there's been some income here that Dr. Wahome has been receiving, but Dr. Wahome has not been paying the income tax
she
for it.
She hasn't given us our share.
Yes. So they write to you and tell you, Dr. Wahome, we have noticed that you owe us 17 billion shillings. What we'd like you to do is pay up the 17 billion shillings. You're like, come on. Me.
Where?
Me.
I don't even know how to spell billion.
No. You submit your papers, you show all your documentation. You see, me, I've only worked for government. This is the only income I have. This is the only income I have declared. And you see,
in fact, the unit I work for doesn't even get that amount of money.
Budget for 5 years.
The commissioner reviews. And the commissioner determines, you know what, Dr. Wahome, we are cleverer than you think. No, you owe us 17 billion shillings. Now, from that point, you are now supposed to lodge now some issue. Once that determination has been made and stayed by the commissioner, you can either go to the tax dispute tribunal and you start having now those issues there, and it'll take a while. Or when you go there, they can tell you, okay, you've come, Dr. Wahome, how about the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, which is available for us? Within 90 days, there will be a mediator who sits. Commissioner is there. Dr. Wahome is here. Commissioner says, I think she owes me. The mediator says, Dr. Wahome, what do you say? No, I don't. Bring your papers. You, Kare, bring your papers. Okay, let's look at them. Okay, people, surely Dr.
Can't
Ahmed
we
does.
agree?
There's no way for her to give you 17 billion
Are you
shillings.
sure
of
you got
income.
the right Dr.
This is
Ahmed?
30%
Yeah,
of
that's-
income. Do you have the right person? No.
Certainly not.
But okay, here there is some plots that Dr. Ahmed has, some houses for rental. Lakini hapa Dr. Ahmed hiyo huja declare. Si ulipe tu hii kidogo kwanza. You agree on that?
We agree.
And it works. Okay? That is the alternative dispute resolution. It works faster. It's better for you. It's 90 days. Instead of going through the entire court process, mushinde huko.
You're coming to your office every minute,
Yeah.
making you look like a thug.
You get upset over.
And then you're just going back to work. Now here you cannot even apply for the next job. You know the next jobs, you know. Yeah. You can't apply for that one. So ADR is the way to go with Kerry. Let's take a break, take a look at the traffic and weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on Spice FM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 15, highs of 27 and lows of 14 today. At 15, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26, and sunny conditions as well in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 13. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14 in a sunny Eldoret. It's raining in Mombasa still at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25, and Malindi also raining this morning at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 26. It's sunny at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while it's partly sunny in Kakamega at 20. We'll go to highs of 27 and lows of 16. Looking to Kampala, it's partly sunny at 21, highs of 26 and lows of 17, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 23. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23. Johannesburg is clear at 8, highs of 19 and lows of 7, and we're looking at rainy morning in Lagos at 23, highs of 31. 30 will be the high in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 23. It'll come to lows of 21.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice
All right, let's take a look
FM.
at what it looks like in most parts of the city this morning. It looks like it's at this hour when traffic has started to do the business, a few minutes after 7:30. We're looking at that Imara Daima spot. So many folks using Mombasa Road this morning forgotten or maybe did not realize that that turnoff at General Motors just under that footbridge no longer exists. So if you're coming down Mombasa Road and your point is to turn then back into the city, you must then go up ahead and use the turning at Imara Daima. You cannot do that before. It's causing some traffic there. We'll see that for a while. North Airport Road then going towards Outer Ring, also really messy this morning. in and outbound traffic on North Airport Road going all the way through to that Embakasi interchange. And we're looking at Outer Ring, some traffic there going out towards the junction of Savannah Road, the junction of Manyanja, the junction of Lunga Lunga. Quite some traffic there this morning. And we also have some drama coming off Kangunda Road and Juja Road up north. All right, speaking up north, the Thika Superhighway is an absolute mess. Bumper to bumper traffic. I told you, if you're not out before 6:30, it then gets crazy after 7. Kiambu Road all the way through to Coffee Gardens this morning is jam-packed in and outbound traffic. It's also doing the same on Limuru Road coming out of Westlands, Ring Road Westlands. Crazy. Let's talk in a bit and see what it looks like where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 20 to 8. The conversation continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CC.
Mornings done right.
Ombaso Home, the CEO of the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, KUPS. We're talking about university and colleges selection. Yeah, we'll get there. When you're in the room, it's KUPS. KUPS becomes KUPS.
Something I wanted to ask, if I may. The 207,000 spaces, are they in public universities or just all universities?
In all 70 universities.
Private and public?
Private and public.
Yeah.
We have more than 70 universities in the country, but the option to take government sponsored students is left the university. So we have universities that have opted not to be part of the program. This is Strathmore, USIU, Aga Khan, and others. So the 70 are 39 in public and 31 private. Yes.
Okay. You mentioned something just before we went to the break, and looking at the involvement of parents in these elections, for me, seems to be at the very crux of the matter. Because we have a lot of declarations by parents. Look, I want my child to follow in the family line of the great legal, expertise, or the great legal brains, as you said, or the great medical doctors that have existed. And we find that a lot of times, a lot of pressure for selection for students comes from their parents without realizing that they may be making truly a wrong choice in terms of what they want to do later because of this pressure that comes from parents. So here where you are saying that the manual then has been created whereby teachers will learn and then they will also be trained moving forward. What happens to this huge influence on this election by parents and training for them to realize really what part or what role they play in all of this?
Part of the CBC is also working on parents, changing the attitude of parents. And we are already seeing that when parents are engaged in what the children are doing, the children are going home with assignments that they're supposed to engage. What? The parents are supposed to engage.
I'm telling you they are.
Yeah.
I will laugh. This CBC is not just taking the students to school, it's taking the parents to school as well.
And I think it's good because it gets the parents to engage with the child, know your child. Now, the focus of CBC is actually helping this child to develop their competencies. What am I good at? What is my talent? So how do you just leave that responsibility to the teacher and not the parent? When you give an assignment to this child and they have to work it with the parent actually starts identifying alongside the teacher what this
child is good at. Good interest in.
So we are just at the formative years. We are dealing with the first ones up to grade 6. So as we go to grade 7, 8, and we start talking about career guidance, they will now not engage with the matope and everything. They will be at the level where they will be engaging on careers.
Yep.
And having that discussion with their with their children. So, I think
it's a journey, but it's a journey that we're getting there.
And I think
like you're saying,
it's a journey in the right direction. A lot of responsibility had been left to the teachers, and the teacher is able to know this child clearly cannot do a certain program. But when now the results are out, you find that, and the student has performed very well. Like she said, you already start saying, this is the path I want you to take. And you have no clue
where their interest.
What their interest is. The teacher knows the child more than you do. That's where we are moving away from. Yeah.
I was laughing. I was just remembering a story was given last week of somebody's experience with CBC. Went to a wedding, sisodas are being served. So this lady and her husband looked at each other, knowingly. They give each other those glancing looks and knowing looks. We need to collect these bottle tops. Because we know what's coming. So people leave weddings, people are carrying bottle tops, somebody else is carrying the cake box.
But isn't that...
throw nothing away anymore.
But isn't that nice?
Hey, surely.
Because as a parent...
at other people's weddings.
No. As a parent, you start realizing, one, you have to keep the environment clean. You start thinking about recycling, So there's learning that's happening in both,
both ends.
Both ends. But to be honest, I think we are in the right direction.
Okay.
844, the whole idea at the beginning was, that was the idea, and I'm a proud product of 844. But we lost it somewhere.
Became commercial.
Yeah. So we are just going back where we had planned. Where we had intended.
The thinking behind the 844 system was actually, as you correctly put it, it was excellent.
Yeah.
Yes. And if CBC is taking us in the direction that we didn't quite get to, it's a good thing. But there's something that puzzles me. When we talk about the C+ and above grade, that actually is a basic requirement for getting into university or colleges, I understand. I also understand that people can get to a point, you can go to a college, you can actually enroll for some courses that can enable you to do courses that previously you couldn't do. However, in this country, there's something peculiar that I've noticed. When people apply for jobs, they want your primary school certificate and your secondary school certificate. And there are certain job requirements that start with your secondary school qualifications. So if you got a C- or you got a D, and then you upgraded and did other things and got that degree doesn't count. They still go back to that D that you got in Form 4. How exactly do you deal with this situation?
We have, from now not as a career advisor, and as a CEO, I can tell you when we are recruiting and we see a candidate who has walked that journey, from certificate, diploma, especially in some jobs like ICT, you already start seeing competence from certificate, diploma, degree, and we tend to pay more attention to that one than the person who left.
Went directly to.
Direct. Yeah. So
it shows something about their character as well.
Exactly, the resilience. So employers are different, but I can tell you at Kcsc, we really have respect for that person who has, because we understand the system, we understand by the time this person is moving the different steps, they know what they are doing. Unlike that one who just got grades into the university, and when you interview these two people, you actually pick a lot of differences. You pick some level of maturity. They could be at the same age, but that one who has moved is more mature, confident, and has a lot of hands-on experience.
I agree completely. I mean, the logic behind asking for someone's certificate of primary education papers and the Form 4, I understand it very well. It's not that I don't understand it. I do. But then in learning, there are those you call late bloomers. There are people who may not seem to do well in primary and secondary because they are otherwise engaged with more important things like playing instead of actually studying. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
But when they actually bloom and blossom, they are a wonderful sight to behold.
Yeah.
Now, I am arguing this. Does our system really take care of this? Because the end product at the end of the day, even if you're qualified, you need to be able to do something with it. And that takes us to the employer. Yes. And there is an issue there.
You said beautiful things and then no.
Yeah. Yes, the employer looks at that, and it's unfortunate. But I believe employers are people who have studied human behavior.
We hope.
Yes, HR professionals study human behavior. And they should be able to argue from that perspective. But I want us to go back to placement.
Please.
So we are talking of university, but I want to focus a little more on the
colleges.
The colleges. Because we have students who get E. And they could be those that you're talking about. And unfortunately, we tend to, just look at them as failures. Anybody who got an E, really, they are seen as they wasted, anaitwa ng'ombe and everything. But this, we have seen them come out to be very interesting people. Last week, I was in Kiandutu with the CS. And as we were going round, I met this gentleman and, the local chief, actually. And we were telling him, please help us get these students who did Form 4 and they got E's and D's and they feel like their life is over because they can be sponsored by government to do the Tibet courses. And he said, you know what? My son did plumbing and now he's working in Botswana. So it means we can even export labor. And this is the D and the E student.
But can be skilled.
Yes.
Okay.
And they get, how many slots, now that we talked about 207,000 university slots, how many slots do you have for colleges and TVETs?
We have about 350,000.
Okay. 350K?
Yes. Now, these are the colleges mainly under the Ministry of Education. The national polytechnics like Sigalagala, Garissa. But we have colleges that are outside of the Ministry of Education that we are placing. The Kenya Mass Communication, Kenya Wildlife, Marine Academy in Mombasa. We have the KRA, the one run by KRA. You just talked about KRA. Yeah, so 190 institutions. These 300,000 are in the 190 institutions that Kcsc is working with. And we would really encourage more ministries. We have Water Institute. We have in Utalii. We would love to place in KMTC because we get a lot of inquiries. So we encourage other ministries to have their colleges on our platform to encourage, even to help the students know what is out there.
How far does it, excuse me, how far then do you go beyond encouraging other ministries in terms of putting this communication out there? Because this is a brilliant story you've given of this gentleman who, studied plumbing and now gets a job in Botswana. The other day I was telling the guys about a fellow that I met who works in the Netherlands and he was here on holiday and he's a painter. I'm not talking about exotic Mona Lisa painting. I mean, he paints houses right? For a living, and is able to then come on holiday every year kind of thing. So it's not the menial labor that you talked about that people would normally look down upon. So these things are possible. And so that story that you've given about a Kenyan who has been able to do this, so then how far does your communication go beyond the placement and say, look, guys, the career is very possible with you attending these colleges and mastering a skill, and then because you're educated, probably many would argue, probably better skilled because you're into the nitty gritty than somebody who's gone through a university course, right? So is it more than just encouraging other ministries to place their colleges on the platform or saying, look, guys, apply for these courses, let us place you here to gain these skills because there's a promise of a fulfilling career?
Yes, we do that. We've been working very closely with the Marine Academy in Mombasa. You remember we had a big conference on the blue economy. So from that time, we realized that scopes, there are opportunities that we have not explored in this country. So we engaged and actually drew out an MOU with Marine Academy. So we've gone there, we've looked at the courses, we've marketed them, for the institution. We have interviewed the students who have been there so that they encourage other students. And I can tell you today, Marine Academy is a different place. There is the face of Kenya in that institution. Because before they just had the, locals.
The locals applying.
Yeah.
Because only the locals knew of the existence of this college.
Exactly.
Right.
So now it has, it's a vibrant place with a mixture of Kenyans, but interesting still is that the companies that go there asking for trained staff, the college still can't satisfy the demand.
That's interesting. Okay, as we conclude the conversation today, so what are the current steps? You said after the Kcsc results were released, you opened the portal for the first revision for 2 weeks. Are those 2 weeks over?
Up to 2nd of June.
Up to the 2nd of June.
We close on 2nd of June. Then we will run the simulations for a week. Then open for another week for second revision. Simulate for a week. Open again. And by June, end of June, before the 30th of June, everyone will have known where they've been placed.
So this is the time for people who did their Kcsc to go onto the portal. And if you'd like to select a new course based on the outcome of your exams, you can do that now.
Kcsc 2021 class for university. But Kcsc from the year 2000 to 2021 for diploma, certificate, and artisan courses.
Does everybody know what this portal is?
Yes, I can say. Yeah, our students are very tech savvy now.
Wait, these are the ones, only 100,000 applied.
No.
There are 700,000 who did not interact with this system.
No, when we open the system after the results, the picture is very different.
How many?
We get, actually, last year, the ones with C+ and above, we had 97% apply.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they know how to access it.
Yes, and the TVET ones also. And then we have centers. We have our Huduma centers countrywide that are out there supporting the students. We have the institutions, the training institutions themselves assign officers who help the students apply. So they can go into any institution, a diploma, university, and they will get assistance on how to apply. Okay. But we are now looking at the cybers within the Huduma centers. We know a lot of our students apply through cybers. So we are working now with cybers countrywide to ensure that they have the skills, they understand on how to do this, which is also an employment for the
cybers.
The young people in the cybers.
How long should it take? How long should a process take from logging in to doing your thing to submitting?
it should take you at most 10 minutes. But unfortunately, our Kenyans, they wait until the last minute. And they keep asking, watu wanafunga lini? Watu wanafunga lini? And they jam the system on the last day. Just like KRA. Yeah? So I don't know what we'll do about that culture.
That's why it's called a deadline. You wait for the deadline.
Wait for the deadline and ask for another one.
So we should keep shortening that period.
Yeah, knowing that you will extend it.
That's
no. I can assure you, from 2nd of June, we are not extending. We close, simulate. If you don't do it in the first round, you will wait for the second.
No extension.
No.
extension.
So you'll essentially wait till next year.
So,
No, if you're for university, you go to module 2.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Come again soon, and let's have these conversations. Dr. Agnes Wahome is the CEO of the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, KUPS.
Thank you for having me in the studio.
Keep it here for more conversations. In the next time, we talk to a presidential candidate, aspirant, Reuben Kigame. It's now 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Of Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka joining with Deputy President William Ruto has been dismissed by his close allies. The party's organizing secretary Robert Mbuyi pointed out that there exists no option on the table for Musyoka to join the Kenya Kwanza alliance. Kalonzo has been under intense pressure to declare his stand after threatening to quit Azimio after its presidential candidate Raila Odinga opted for Kenya's Martha Karua as his running mate in the August election. He even threatened to go it alone, sparking a national debate on his principles after earlier pledging to go back Odinga for the top job. Friday, interfaith church leaders and the Ukambani Professionals Association issued statements urging him to reconsider his decision and join Azimio. Now, the Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti, says that he will never subscribe to the terrorism guidelines issued by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nordin Haji, on terrorism cases. The DCI says that he is the Director and Chief Principal in regards to enforcement and investigation of terrorism and terrorism-related cases. While responding to a case challenging the said guidelines, Kinoti said that the guidelines are casual and clandestine, aimed at certain groups of people. He says that the DPP can only direct the Inspector General of Police to investigate any information brought to his attention and not in his knowledge. In an affidavit, DCI Kinoti says the guidelines shall have a negative ripple effect to the war on terrorism worldwide, adding that the guidelines are meant to ridicule the functions of the security organs as laid down in the Constitution. Now, the High Court has quashed criminal charges leveled against businessman Humphrey Kariuki and others over alleged tax evasion. Justice Anthony Mrima agreed with the petitioners that the charges emanated from the Director of Criminal Investigations, whereas the Constitution requires all criminal prosecutions to originate from the Director of Public Prosecutions. He issued an order prohibiting the Chief Magistrate's Court at Milimani from presiding and or conducting the trial of the petitioners. Now, the Kenya Defence Forces, in conjunction with the Aero Club, will hold an exciting museum airshow festival Saturday at Uhuru Gardens along Lang'at Road in Nairobi. The airshow, led by Kenya Air Force, will boast displays of both military and civilian aerobatic capabilities aimed at engaging and entertaining the public. You're all invited to witness the spectacular show of scintillating aerobatics by Kenya Air Force jets and extreme maneuvers by a variety of helicopters in the inventory. The Kenya Wildlife Services will also display anti-poaching drills. Now, Terry Ramadhani has officially taken over as the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. The professional management services and corporate re-engineering expert was appointed to the position last week following competitive recruitment undertaken by the board. She assured office after receiving office instruments from the immediate former CEO John Kabushi. Ramadhani said she would maintain a consultative management approach and foster partnership with all stakeholders. The Nairobi Metropolitan Services has yet again postponed the operationalization of the Green Park Terminal, which was to commence today. NMS Director General Mohammed Badi said the postponement came after public service vehicle operators requested for time extension. DG Badi further said that the new date will be communicated in due course. In the earlier directive, PSVs plying the Ngong Road and Agwin Skodhog route were to start picking and dropping passengers at the new terminus from today. The directive had further indicated that next to relocate their operations to the Green Park will be Matatus plying Langata Road, which will start operating at the terminus on May 27th. Now, students in institutions of higher learning have been encouraged to be on the lookout for local and international scholarships to further their education. Mount Kenya University's Principal Corporate Services and Communication, Professor Peter Wanderi, says apart from the well-known government funding agency for students, the Higher Education Loans Board, there are many other organizations willing to sponsor bright university students to attain their education. Now, the Biden administration is considering a release of diesel fuel from the U.S. stockpile in order to address supply issues. The emergency declaration being considered would authorize U.S. President Joe Biden to release diesel from the national stockpile amid rising prices and lowering inventories. The administration would release a small portion of the diesel in the Northeast Home Heating Oil Reserve, which contains 1 million barrels of fuel, only enough to supply the region for a day. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Right, traffic in most parts of the city this morning, a few minutes after 8 o'clock. We're looking at it coming in really heavy on Gong Road, getting into the city and coming in the other direction from Jogo Road through to Landis and then out towards Kamkunji, and then on Haile Selassie, and then it meets with whatever is coming off on Gong Road. So that's really busy this morning. We're looking at Westlands, and that's quite packed as well, Waiyaki Way. So this whole Lavington stretch, Kileleshwa out towards Dennis Pritt, and then the other direction, James Gishuru, crossing over to Waiyaki Way, over to the Red Hill Link Road, probably will be your best escape from that traffic that's there. The Thika Superhighway is still giving it hot this morning, and it's really heavy then just past the Outer Ring Junction. And we're looking at traffic on Kiambu Road in both directions, in and outbound, and it's really heavy. So the outbound traffic might actually just be the multiple lanes that we're seeing inbound. So yeah, that's what it looks like. That's about the size of it. Let's know what's going on where you are. Give us info about where you might find a better route. Let's talk on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It is 7 minutes after 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, broadcasting on Spice FM. We're online on YouTube and Facebook, Spice FM KE. We're also live now for the next 1 hour on KTN Home. It's Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, CT Muga. We've got a presidential aspirant in the studio and he's running mate. And this is Ruben Kigame and Irene Ngendo Kamau. Before we welcome them into the show, let's hear the day's proverb.
A cat goes to a monastery, it still remains a cat.
A cat goes into a monastery, it still remains a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Ruben Kigame,
You picked that one specially for me, right? I've never been to a monastery, sir. Which country is that from?
DRC.
Democratique République du Congo.
Bien sûr, monsieur.
Oh, man. So you can't change your character. You can't change your life, right? You can't be anything else.
Actually, so this one isn't even a question of who you are. It's what you are.
It's what you are.
Mm-hmm.
Can't change whatever you are. You are. That's it.
Ruben would disagree.
You just aimed that at the politicians, didn't you?
Yeah.
Actually, it's odd that you should say that, because politicians that we often speak of are the ones who've been elected. When we say politician, we often refer to those who've been elected.
Yes.
But those who are aspiring,
yes,
at that point of aspiration, they escape the guillotine. When you get elected, bas.
You can't become anything else.
You're not fair game.
For everything.
I actually like that proverb. I think it resonates with my philosophy of maadili. Yeah, because we expect that when people get into office, somehow everything will change and they'll become these model queens. They'll become, the priests of the.
They'll walk into the monastery as cats and come out as priests.
If you're a cat, you'll remain a cat. Nothing changes, and for me that's a good proverb.
Thank you.
You picked that for me, didn't you?
Well, Ruben,
you've been reading
if you say so, I do.
Yes. You've been reading my Utu, Maadili, and Maendeleo philosophy.
Yes.
When Mheshimiwa says you picked it, no, this one is Mtukufu. When Mtukufu
you agree quickly.
You agree quickly.
I'm more Mtukutu than Mtukufu.
Ruben Kigame, thank you very much for joining us in the Situation Room today. We've had you here before. The last time we were talking about your aspiration to become president and you wanting to, vie in this election.
Yes.
You're still in the race.
I'm still in the race.
And the last time you were shopping around for a political party. Did you find one?
I found 3.
Yeah.
and successively decamped from all of them. Yeah, you look shocked.
You've done the thing the politicians do.
I'm running as an independent candidate. And it's not because I've not been in a party before. In fact, I helped to set up the RBK back in 2010 that helped Professor Kiapi to run. I was its SG at that point. And so I have an idea how those parties run. And for this particular race, I did actually get admission into a fairly good party that stands for a lot of the democratic principles we all aspire for. The FPK was my first stop. Well, only to discover that the games that were going on, I couldn't, are not that democratic. Actually, a candidate was imposed on me, and it became a matter of the highest bidder. So I stepped out. And for a while, was with a different party that gave me different conditions at the point I needed to run. And I also ended up with a different party, so 3 of them. And that particular one, I was given a choice between, running with my church principles and running as a party loyal, So I had
it's either the party or
your
church.
faith. And you don't touch my faith. Hapo tutakosana. Because my faith drives me. There's something your faith gives you that is bigger than the Constitution, for example. The Constitution can give you the law, the do's and don'ts. It can give you principles. But these are things that come and go. They can be changed. You can have a BBI today and, everything shifts. But principles such as truthfulness, justice, equality, and all of these things are not given to us by constitutions. Issues of rights. in some parties, I was stumbling against issues of outright discrimination, on the basis of my condition. And you touch my rights, I'll touch you. Yes.
So now you are running as an independent.
Yes.
Last week
Proudly
on Monday was the deadline for all presidential aspirants to present their names and those of their running mates to the IEBC.
Correct, on the 16th, yeah.
You hit the deadline.
Yes, I did.
Introduce us to your running mate.
Well,
she's in the studio.
She is above 18, you can be sure. So I'll let her introduce herself. And but you can be sure that for me it was the best pick. After looking at 7 different people, she came out top. Irene.
No. Before Irene talks about Irene, we want to understand the journey. How did Reuben Kigame settle on his running mate?
I am an activist of sorts. I'm a teacher, philosopher. I'm a communicator of sorts. I needed somebody to complement me in aspects that I'm not strong in. She's a very good manager, absolutely, for over 20 years. Done, both public and private management. Private for the longest time. She's an educator, like me, so we harmonize there. And so you can be sure one of the things we're going to be tagging on is going to be the education docket. But then her kind of leadership and mine harmonize in the sense that we have leadership chemistry. That is what I was looking for. I had a lot of great guys, a good economist that I have since talked to take up the economics docket. I do have some wonderful people in health and other aspects, but in terms of management, this was my best pick, and she is a woman. So inclusivity, in fact, our ticket is probably the most inclusive you will ever see in this country. Yes.
Irene Ngendo Kamau, the running mate for Reuben Kigame in the presidential race. Welcome to the Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's good to see you. So we know Reuben. He's a listener and a friend of this show. He's a teacher, like he says. He's a minister. He's a philosopher. He's many things. Who's Irene?
Wow. Well, thank you so much for having me this morning. I feel honored. It's a pleasure to be here. And yes, I know that is a question in the minds of very many Kenyans, like a name that is not known to anyone, and everybody would like to know, who's this Irene? And how did you end up there? Irene is a mother of 4, 2 grown-up girls, and 2 young ones still in primary. The grown-ups are already in campus and done with campus. I'm a teacher by profession, and I like telling people that I'm actually an edupreneur, which means I invest in education sector. Also a manager. I manage a group of schools within Nairobi. I've worked in the public sector. I've also worked in the private sector. In the public sector, I was a lecturer or have been lecturing at places like the Catholic University, the Kenya Institute of Administration. By then, that is what it was called at Lower Kabete, where they trained government officials, and many other places where I have worked. And I have served as an executive at the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association for years before I left on maternity leave. And I didn't reapply again for that position. I've also served as an executive for the private school KPSA, Private Schools Association at Hurlingham, and the list is endless. Most importantly is that I have my bid or my call is largely on family values. I believe so strongly in family as the most basic unit of the of the society. If we get it right at the family, we get it right elsewhere.
Okay. So, Irene, you've done all of this work, teaching, relaying values to families and communities, etc. And so then here you are, presented with an opportunity to be the second in command for a nation, right?
Yeah.
Being the running mate for presidential candidate. This is a tall order. It's a big deal. It's a lot different from teaching.
That's
it's a
true.
lot different from, and even in scale, it's a lot bigger, for lack of a better or more intelligent word. It's a lot bigger than maybe what you were used to. So it must have blown your mind at some point, right? How then do you put all of this in perspective? Because we are talking again as somebody who then would, for whatever reason, take over the nation. How do you translate that? And what spurred you on to then say, let's go, let's take a stab at this?
Okay. I appreciate your question, and actually I can read the question. It's really more of the scope of the job that I'm bidding for personally is probably the second topmost job in the Republic. Well, I'm aware of that. But this is my way of reasoning. One, it takes the person. No matter how big the job is, it takes a person. There has to be willingness, there has to be agreement, and there has to be purpose. We have to work towards a certain direction. It is not possible to run a country singularly, alone. You've got to need to put together teams that can be able to do the job with you. You've got to have the vision. Where do you want to take the people? Where are you taking the nation? That's really not a matter of where you have been. It's a matter of what is in the inside of you that you would want to find expression on the external. And when we get that kind of an expression, what you bring at table is the values, the systems. And we stand for those values. We stand for maendeleo, which is development. And then we stand together as a team. You see, the greatest civilizations of the world are created by people. It's a person, one, that can be able to change an entire community. The power of one. When we vote in the right person, things are good. When we vote in the wrong person, we don't need to say how that goes.
I want to stick on some of those things that you've said while we're on it right now.
Yes, please.
And I mean, Ruben, sorry, I know you, but look, it's important because I think it translates to both of you here.
Yes.
And you've spoken about values and you've talked about beliefs. Let's talk about some of the things.
So we start from like a fireplace.
Sure.
3 stones.
Let's talk
Utu,
about
Maadili, and Maendeleo.
Let's look at some of the things that are happening in this country today.
No problem.
Right? Corruption is one of the largest vices, the greatest vices that is happening today that's robbing the life out of Kenya today.
Yes.
And often the question is asked, then what would you do about that? Because then again, it's hinged on values, it's hinged on integrity, it's hinged on then your personal beliefs, essentially robbing this country of its spirit. What then do you think would be needed to be done about something like this?
You know, I really, it baffles me how it takes so long for a government or for a people to deal with corruption. I still can't get it. Because you see, when we talk about values are things that you inculcate in children right from the word go. You bring up values in a society. I'll tell you what is wrong with this thing we call corruption. It's really not a person. It's a system. The entire country, the entire systems, when they are breeding corruption, it is something almost intrinsic. You don't need to coach anybody on how to give those bribes, really, for example, or to cut deals. They grow up knowing that the only way to make it in a land X is if I'm able to cut this deal. What would happen should you change that at the core? What would happen? The value systems that we are talking about are able to do so. I want to give an example of lands outside there where we have traveled and we have seen, where you would find a young kid, right from the word go, may not litter because they understand topic how to keep our environment clean. You right there, don't walk on this grass, but then someone else will walk right past it and nobody will say and do anything about it. These things are not started at the top. They are started at the grassroots. At the very simple basic unit of the family is where values are made. When you talk about corruption, for example, you are addressing matters cartels. And I can assure you, this is the one part where Kenya is really struggling with. Cartels in the water department, cartels in this other department, even on matters health, basic things that shouldn't really be ridden with a lot of corruption, but it does happen. What corruption does is that it robs a nation of the future. What corruption does is that it bleeds all of us to enrich only one. In fact, we should be so far away. But then when we get all these monies that we are getting into the nation, and we have all these deals cutting all over the place, a small percentage gets to the economy. So we are actually fundamentally not doing what we are supposed to do. We don't grow exponentially as we should. Our geographies, our civilizations, our peoples, they are affected by that one word, corruption. The funny thing is, it's excusable. People excuse it. People excuse it.
But then, Irene, we all know about this, and everybody will tell you corruption is bad, corruption is evil, corruption is holding us back in our development. The question is, as President and Deputy President, what does this government of yours hope to do to deal with this particular vice once and for all?
What's your plan?
Yeah.
Rule of law. The rule of law. It is not possible to stop corruption if there is anyone that's above the law. It must be that everybody must be held accountable for what they do and for what they say, because even what they say affects what's done by the people around them and how they think. 2, shape the thinking of the people, shape the thinking of the masses. It is easier to do so right from the academic angle and all other aspects of governance that are available to and avenues of governance. That's how you could handle corruption. 3, accountability. Be accountable. When there is no accountability, that you cannot be able to be held accountable for anything, then at that point in time, you can deal with corruption. It is very, very important also that there is openness, inclusivity as well. These are very many and many other ways that can be used to shape corruption. Also, if you look at how corruption moves, it's really not about luck. I've heard these stories span around for so long. People talking about people are corrupt because they don't have, that's why they're trying to get XYZ. But really, corruption is a thinking way. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking where they will tell you, now, you know, the way we say mutu wetu. Our person has gotten into this position and therefore they will bring development. But you don't ask yourself, how could he possibly bring development with the salary they are earning at that speed at which you're asking them to bring? So what happens? At the local levels, when they come back home in their big Jeeps and Prados and stuff, we give them big positions. We call them Mr. So-and-so. In fact, we request whoever is in the Gishagi to step down for this fellow because they have been given a big position and now can come in a big style. Then we are encouraging corruption subconsciously right at the grassroots level. Change the thinking of the people. We've got the people as our greatest asset and our greatest card in this bid for presidency and vice presidency.
So let me put the screws, the bolts and nuts on the table here. We all know what the problem is. We know that Kenya is corrupt and everybody is feeling the pinch. What do? We don't go into presidency like a game. They say the politics game. It's not a game. For us, we go into this as a rescue operation. It's difficult. It's nasty. It's not because any of us would not want to sit at home and, teach a class and or sing a song, produce an album. We are at a point in our country where if we don't do a rescue operation, we are going to be in this place for a long time or even, become worse as a nation. And corruption is only one aspect. But we baptize it corruption because, we're used to the language. It's actually theft. We steal from everybody, but we've got to a point where nobody, we think nobody should ask us, nobody should do anything. So we come to this as a rescue operation. As a team, we want to rescue in this way. First of all, insist that we must stop and remove leaders that do not have character, leaders without example, and begin to handpick the people we know in the community, not just at the presidency, but right from MCAs to MPs. So we want a government that has people of values, people of character. That is where it begins. Leadership by example. And it doesn't begin when you get into office. It begins at the campaign stage. How you do your meetings, how you talk to people, where you get your money, how you conduct, your affairs. Are you accountable at the campaign stage? If you are not accountable at the campaign stage, you can be sure, given an office, you'll still not be accountable. And so we are insisting that not just at the presidency, we must look out for these people who are working hard and are not taking what does not belong to them and put them in government. So if you look at how the politics of parties are done, they are very ethnic. You have negotiated spaces. So, in fact, if you look at Kenya's politics right now, whether you're looking at Azimio or you look at Kenya Kwanza or any other formation, the tendency is to say, come join me, you're from this community, you'll bring me this percentage of the community. And in return, we'll give you this many seats in parliament. We'll give you these many appointments. You'll become this, you'll become that. Unfortunately, nobody is thinking at that point about who are these people we are giving and is this government inclusive. That's how we've done politics in Kenya. And some groups may have, been very loud in terms of saying, we don't want BBI, we want a new start, you'll have a bloated government if you implement BBI. But you will realize they're doing exactly the same thing that they were criticizing the other side for. Bloated government. Bring everybody on board and sort things out, later on. So you're doing it wrong at the campaign stage, at the planning stage. If you get into office, you will certainly mess up the country. And so for corruption, the first place to stop is appoint people of character. Then secondly, stop the bleeding, because corruption is about bleeding the economy. Stop the bleeding by ensuring that you have systems of checks and balances, accountability. If you talked to the Auditor General today, he will give you figures. She will give you figures of what has been misappropriated in the last 1 year, in the last 5 years. All the data is there. What is lacking is the will to be able to crack the whip.
To seal those loopholes.
Yes.
Let's take a break at this point. It's 29 minutes to 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Our guests this morning, presidential aspirant Reuben Kigame, who's one of the 40 independent presidential aspirants that we have so far of the 55 people who want to be president in this country. He's in the studio together with his running mate, Irene Ngendokamau, who's here. We want to understand their campaign. They're among the people who have been saying, come on, people, we also want fairness in terms of media coverage and media space. Reuben is getting that right here this morning to explain to Kenyans why Reuben Kigame and Irene. 28 to 9, reminding you as well about KRA and the alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Just 90 days. You have a dispute with KRA, you go through the ADR. Within 90 days, this issue is sorted out. How do you apply through this? If you go to kra.go.ke and then you can download the ADR forms, you fill out the form, put in the documentation that's required, and you get into that process. But we will be telling you more and more about it. How do you actually get yourself into ADR? It's not that immediately you receive an email from KRA today, like, I want ADR. No, there are steps. There are steps to get there, and we'll tell you more about those steps coming up. Good morning.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making his a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kanu, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Mathare, presidential tour.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 17, highs of 27 and lows of 14. And at 17, it's sunny in Nakuru, see highs of 26 and lows of 15. The sun is out in Nyeri at 16, highs of 25 and lows of 13. And we're looking at sunny conditions in Eldoret at 16, highs of 25 and lows of 14. In Mombasa, 27 degrees and light rain, highs of 31. We'll see highs of 31 as well in Malindi, where the rain keeps coming down. Kisumu is partly sunny at 21, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 27 in a partly sunny Kakamega, currently at 22. It's also 22 in Kampala, and it's raining as well. Highs of 26 and lows of 17. While it's a sunny day in Dar es Salaam at 25. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23. Slightly warm in Johannesburg at 10. Highs of 19 and lows of 7. And Lagos, rain showers at 23, highs of 31. We'll see highs of 30 in Kinshasa, where it's mostly sunny at 22, coming down to lows of 21. All right, so we're still looking at that heavy traffic on the thicker superhighway today. Ebbing and flowing from the Outer Ring Junction, that still continues. Really heavy on Kiambu Road. I don't know how many lanes we're talking about now, but this is all inbound traffic, and it looks like in and out, but it's inbound. Limuru Road also not so bad. You'll have more inbound traffic that you will have outbound. But then coming off of that road, coming from Peponi in the belly of Westlands, then going out towards that Kitisur area. A lot of traffic this morning, and it's coming out through towards Ring Road Westlands, which at this point is not too bad, but it's taking off some of the spillover from Peponi. On Gong Road today, that also continues towards the roundabout at the City Mortuary. And Jogo Road not faring too badly this morning. We'll take it. North Airport Road is looking a lot better now. Keep your wits about, folks. Let us know what's going on where you are. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 23 minutes to 9, the conversation.
94.
This is the Situation Room on Spice FM, on YouTube, on Facebook, on KTN Home, with Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, and our guests, presidential aspirant Reuben Kigame, and his running mate, Irene Ngendo Kamau. City.
The what to do and the how to do it seems to be the conversation that many presidential candidates have. Unfortunately, it all sounds theoretical.
What do you mean?
You see, when we talk of corruption, we talk about it as though it's a problem. It isn't. The problem is impunity. Corruption is a product of that impunity. So long as people know, not think, not feel, know they can get away with whatever it is that they're doing, which they know is wrong, they'll continue getting away with it. Now, I've listened to Reuben Kigame, I've listened to Irene, and I'm not convinced that what they have told me will even begin to touch the very tip of solving this problem whose manifestation we refer to as corruption. And yet it is the one thing that guarantees that the county systems in this country will not move forward, the national government will not move forward, because corruption, as we call it, I'm calling it impunity, has become a national pastime. Everyone participates in it in one way or the other.
You're not convinced that what they're saying can actually tackle corruption?
No.
Irene said observance and strict observance of the rule of law. Ruben said start from the beginning, who you're appointing into cabinet, lead by example. Those ones are not convinced.
No, they are not, because all these people are appointed start off that way.
I don't think so, City.
Please, tell me how you don't think so.
So, first of all, we are a peculiar kind of people as Kenyans. Because we see them, we know them, we actually interact with them daily. Unfortunately, we still keep pampering them. We don't pamper anybody. We want to start what I would call a character revolution. We do things and say things that they dare not say. For example, I'm saying this. Check me out as a candidate. As Samuel would say in the Bible, whose goat have I stolen? If you can find a goat that Reuben stole, if you can find, that I took somebody's wife, or I did something in the community, took from the kitty of Kemsa or whatever, then by all means tell me, Reuben, don't run. And it's a daring thing. It's not one of those things you do daily in Kenya. Impunity begins with people not wanting to go on a pedestal, to be on, to bring their lives to that kind of test. We are saying begin with us. That is something that everybody, as Haji would say, as the DPP would say, they have all these things in the law. You have Chapter 6 in the Constitution. The problem is nobody is willing to step on the wire. We are saying this is the first time we are putting ourselves on the line. Let's begin with character. 2, that our appointments into government, the people we put over the finance, the people we put over the health docket, the people we put over the education are going to be people that are tested on the same standard of character. The biggest thing we're bringing to the table is really character, leadership by character. Without that, you're going nowhere. Because here are people telling you, if you elect me, I'm actually going to do A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. They've been in office for the last 5 or 10 years, some more than that. And the record is actually horrible. We are not here to call names, but honestly, as Kenyans, if we elect the people who have brought us to where we are, we're fools. And so we bring to the table, the first checkpoint is, who are we? What kind of record do we bring in terms of who we have been? Now, the second thing is the will. You see, impunity works with lack of will. That you can see something is wrong, but you'll bypass it. You will see something is, is not going right. You'll say, yo, achana tu, because you appoint cronies, you appoint friends, you appoint people who are like you, who are ready to bend the law. We want the will to act, and you can be sure our candidature brings to the table the will to do something radical about impunity. And like I said, it begins at the campaign stage.
At this point in campaigns, Ruben,
yes,
are you among the presidential aspirants who met with the Iebc yesterday?
Yes, I met them. There were quite a number of us, both from political parties and independents. Yes, there are those that we expected to come that did not show up. We sent representatives. And that sort of did not rub Chebukati the right way. He brought it out. I'm the boss here. So it was interesting.
Among the people who were there, I mean, what we were getting out of Bomas yesterday was many of the aspirants, particularly independent aspirants, were questioning the law and saying, Okay. There's a requirement that is being introduced, so they said, by the Iebc on what we are supposed to do. Present 2,000 signatures in at least half of the count from at least each of the half of the counties, but also come with copies of IDs. And this will not augur well for us. Can you give us more time? Can you make it, work away? Can you make it simpler for us to do this? Are you among those that make that application?
That sounds like what the aspirants are saying. It's not. And that's what is being pumped out here. That, aspirants are complaining, we need to collect these 48,000 signatures. That's absolutely not the issue. And let me also clarify that it's not the independents alone that are raising this question. We had people from Kenya Kwanza with concerns. Mm-hmm. We had people from Usawa kwa Wote. We had like Mtumishi Njeru Kathangu from Ford Asili. Mm-hmm. They are raising questions. So it's not an independent candidate's issue.
What is the issue?
What's the problem?
So the issue is this, that having collected the 48,000 plus signatures, which we have, the IEBC wants the candidates to also present copies of identity cards from the same, the same signatories. And the issue is not that we cannot collect them. The issue is that this is then brought to our attention after we have continued to collect the signatures.
Okay.
So most of us have the signatures.
So,
but the thing of it is, there's so much suspicion in the community. If you take my identity card, what are you going to be doing with it? Are you going to be rigging the election with it? So people are not willing to give the ID cards. And then this is something that has not been enforced before. It was not enforced in 2017. Mm-hmm. I ran in 2013. It was not enforced. Mm-hmm. The BBI signature collection happened. It was not enforced. So
the word here is enforced. Yes. That means it's in law.
It is in law that you need to identify yourself one way or the other. The issue is, why should I take your copy of the ID? And we are coming at the backdrop of concerns about data protection in this country. So, for example, not just this particular requirement. When Kenyans were asked, for example, to give their ID copies when registering their lines anew, tell me how many complied. We still have a backlog with that. So what has happened is actually that citizens have become suspicious of the government playing on their data. And so many of them are saying, you want to rig the election using my details? I'll not give you the ID. And so we're saying stagger this requirement. We're not saying, that it's not the right thing to do. So let me give you a practical example.
So you want the law bent a little bit to accommodate you this time, which is what you are saying is the problem with Kenyans that, because of circumstances here and there. No. We'd like the law bent.
We have a problem. One, IEBC is supposed to conduct civic education and tell the public, when the candidates come to you, they are going to need this and this. It is legit. It is in the law. It's a requirement. Now, if you, for qualification, so you gazette the process in January, resign in February, and then, start the process of qualifying with the ORPP in April, then, have your symbols certified by IEBC. By that time, the time you're getting to then collect the books for collecting the signatures, you're already in April. So most candidates have had about 2 to 3 weeks of the process. So it's not about the inability, it's about the time.
Okay.
It's too short.
So because it's a bone of contention for candidates, aspirants across board. So has it always been there this particular requirement? Has it always been there, or is it something that was sprung up on aspirants literally 3 weeks ago?
At the end of the day, the issue is, why hasn't Iebc enforced this if it has been there? All right? That this is not a requirement Iebc has had before.
Okay.
But they're pushing it now so that we then begin to ask the question, why now? We just had, a referendum attempt. Why didn't you push it then? So the process is the issue, that by the time we all are qualifying, then we get knocked out because you have 2 or 3 weeks to go around the country. Some places in this country do not have services that will make it easy for you to even get those particular signatures.
Ruben, what I'm hearing here is a blatant excuse. Because if you ask why now, when will we ever be ready to say it's now?
So, that
that question could have been asked by Dennis Wawero and Junet Mohammed at the IEBC, at a referendum stage. Had IEBC brought up that issue during BBI? That issue could have been brought out at any point. Now it's being brought up now. So if we postpone it now and bring it back in 2027, the question that will be asked by the candidates then is, why now?
No. The whole thing is that, and the reason why it all settles at IEBC is that when it comes to processes, IEBC tends to be caught up by, deadlines and timelines and so on and so forth. So that, for example, if this communication was made, let's say, in February, a lot of the candidates would know this is a requirement and then the public be notified. Now, where we are now, we're not saying that people have not complied with all these requirements. Most of us are at the point where we're doing actually the tallying. But then it comes out because some of our members are affected. We must actually speak for them.
Do you see this as because I can just come out and ask the question plainly, do you see it as a deliberate attempt, maybe Irene can also come in here, to then force out some people from the running? Because that allegation has been made. Is this what we're seeing here?
Allow me to just comment, then give it to her. Sure. Because some people will certainly be locked out of the process, but it's not necessarily because of IDs, lack of IDs. There are those that are actually going to be disqualified because they don't have degrees. They're running, but they were using the law that was passed recently that,
MPs and MCAs.
Yes, if MPs and MCAs are, exempted, so they thought the presidential race would also be exempt. So some will be locked out. There are some who will be locked out primarily because they don't have the funds to even conduct the process of collection of signatures. There are some that will be locked out primarily because they feel this is a race I went into prematurely. There are some that have actually, for example, ditched the race and joined me. So it's multiple processes that are at play, and it's not just the IDs.
Irene?
Yeah, it's true. I want to say that actually there should be an upholding of the rule of law, like I said from the beginning. So there's a requirement that has been there all along in the IBC for the presentation of the same, the ID cards, then it should be followed. It's important to do so because you don't start off wrong, you start off right. If you intend to build the country and you intend to heal and stop the bleeding, you start from the word go, right from the part of the identity cards. The parameters, the systems, the processes towards that is what is becoming questionable. Because you first received, IBC received the nominations for the running mates, the nominations for the candidates, and within a very short time, then made a requirement that these IDs should be availed in a period of only 2 weeks. That, for me, came out like almost not in good taste at all. The second thing is that it is true that some candidates will actually not be able some aspirants will actually not be able to provide or to go through for reasons ranging from they are giving up their bid for someone else, for reason of they're not ready for maybe one thing or the other. I don't want to say why, but it's also true that Iebc would be keen on bringing down that number for reasons we all know, because the number of aspirants is pretty huge. Probably the hugest that the Republic of Kenya has ever seen. It translates into running costs and operational logistical challenges by the time we are running that presidential campaign, plus and including even the printing of the ballot papers and everything. So that is within their confines and within their parameters. For us, we're saying what they could have done, or what Iebc could have done, is give ample enough time and follow it up with civic education, ensuring that when we go to the people, the reception is much more favorable. However, it still can be done, and it has been done, and it will continue to be done by those who intend to qualify. But we're just saying, going forward, educate the people on what exactly is supposed to be done way in advance, because we knew there's an election coming long time ago. Why spring up a card out of like within a very...
Actually, you've meant, I like the way you preambled it. Yeah. We knew the election was going to take place a long time ago. If you wanted to vie for a position like the presidency, should you not then have taken the time to understand what is actually required of this job? Is it the Iebc's duty to educate you, or is it your duty to find out? Yes, they have a duty to tell the public what these things are. But whose primary duty is it? You are the candidate, not Iebc. Should it not be you who makes sure you dot every I and cross every T? Is it not you who should make sure that you've covered all your bases? Because my problem is, if you aren't covering your bases in the basic requirement of running for this particular seat, when we now ask you to be prepared for the ugly seat of the presidency, how many other things are you going to miss out on?
Let me give some practical responses here. One, when you've got to sign these signatures within Iebc provided literature, the books they give you. You don't just pick up foolscaps and start signing. So you get those particular books from the Iebc. When were those books availed? Not when this gazettement took place in January. They were availed 3 weeks ago. And so, yes, we knew we need to do this, but we kept pushing for the process to be started earlier so that there is ample time. So that when were the candidates gazetted? Last week. Now, until you are able to fit within the timelines, you cannot qualify. But the timelines are pretty brief. Of course, everybody asks, if you're running for a presidential race, then you should have all these people ready. And they're there. We have people that are ready to sign for us. The issue is we have gotten to a suspicion mode as a country whereby people will not give you their IDs. It's not because it cannot be done. You need more time to educate them. Now, secondly, we should also be asking ourselves, why is it we have so many candidates coming out? It's because it's a replication of a problem. We are sending a statement as a country that things are so bad that just about anybody, City Muga, Nduok, we need to see change in this country. I think it's a very loud statement that things are wrong. And so instead of castigating the big number of, I think the question should be, what can Iebc do, not just to be inclusive, but to ensure that the process is fair for all. When we know, for example, that certain groups are funded by the states, we know that certain muscles, certain resources are used for certain candidates. We know that collecting data for some people is a matter of, tell the chief, I need the IDs. So then you pit us against these guys. Of course they will comply with no problem because they have state support. Then the Kenyans look at us like whiny people when some people have gone ahead of us. Even with regard to campaigns, for example, we know that the official time for campaigning begins the 29th. But we have no state officers that have been campaigning for the last 5 years, not working for us. But we are going to be blamed for not making it. They are in government. They know the process. They know where the resources are. It is actually unfair.
So they've been using state resources.
Yes, and that is
to campaign indirectly,
and not just not indirectly. They are all over the place, and it's obvious that you have people that are given an advantage. Now, then Iebc comes and says comply like those guys.
Within a short time. Let's take this break and say goodbye to the audience on KTN Home. I know there are very many people who have questions to ask about this campaign. What does it represent? How different is it from the others that we've seen? You've been complaining, Ruben, that media is pitching this campaign like it's a two-horse race and ignoring people like Ruben Kigame and others. No, but here you are.
Here I am at the tail end of the game, 77 days later, So,
anyway, let the public talk to the other horses in this race. 0719012600. Thank you for watching. Tune in on SpiceFM on Facebook and on YouTube. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire Dennis Sato. Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe is calling for more investments in the health workforce if the world is to realize dependable and working health systems. Speaking in the sidelines of the ongoing 75th World Health Assembly in Geneva, the health CS said it was important for the world to refocus on having resilient health systems supported by fit-for-purpose health workforce from production through active service for improved population health outcomes. According to Kagwe, the investments must include establishment, training and continuous capacity improvement of the health workforce. Now, the High Court in Mombasa is set to deliver a ruling on whether Mike Sonko should participate in the August 9th polls. This is after the court stopped the Independent Election Boundaries Commission from clearing impeached governors, citing eligibility of the leaders to vie for office. Sonko is battling 3 petitions filed in the courts of Mombasa and Eldoret, both seeking to block him from running for office. He was impeached as Nairobi governor in December 2020 and is now eyeing the Mombasa governor's seat under a Wiper Party ticket. This is Iebc chairperson Ofula Chebukati yesterday said impeached leaders such as Sonko and Ferdinand Waititu, who was outside in Kiambu, cannot be cleared to vie.
Of course, we are expected that with the level playing field can only be level if the rules apply to everyone. So let's wait for the court case to be determined. Even if we are served, for us, we shall lay the ground as it is and leave it for the court to decide. And they have been found by any institution by law to fall short of Chapter 6 by way of impeachment. The Commission's position is that they will not be cleared to participate in the elections.
Sonko has, however, maintained he is innocent of the allegations of abuse of office that led to his impeachment until proven guilty by the court. Meanwhile, the former Nairobi County boss has responded just hours after it was revealed that he is being sued for child support. In a series of tweets, Sonko mocked the suit and asked the woman to bring the child to him, alluding to the biblical story of Jesus famously saying, "Let the children come to me." The 2022 Mombasa gubernatorial seat candidate then claimed that the woman in question had lost custody of her 2 other children who are now living with their father. Sonko accused the plaintiff of blackmail in one of the tweets, claiming she uses her children to blackmail their fathers for party money. Now, Chief Justice Martha Koome has dismissed reports suggesting she supports corporal punishment in schools, saying her remarks on the subject were taken out of context, while affirming the need for students to abide by the code of conduct established in their various schools. Koome said corporal punishment is unlawful and as such an unavailable avenue to institute disciplinary measures. Koome made the remarks at the center of controversy when she paid a visit to Loreto High School in Limuru in the company of Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu and other top judicial officers. Some commentators faulted Koome for making what they described as roadside declarations on legal matters that could find their way in court for adjudication, a possibility that they could end up before the Supreme Court bench she could chair if such matters find their way to the top. Now, Terry Ramadhani has officially taken over as the Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. The professional management services and corporate re-engineering expert was appointed to the position last week following competitive recruitment undertaken by the board. She assumed office after receiving office instruments from the immediate former CEO, John Kabushi. Now, a campaign vehicle believed to belong to a Nakuru Member of Parliament County Assembly hit and killed 2 people. After losing control, the vehicle hit a motorcycle with 2 people on board before crossing the railway and crashing into a trench. Nakuru County Police Commander Beatrice Kiraguri said 2 people died on the spot. And the World Health Organization now says monkeypox can be contained in countries outside Africa where the virus is not usually detected. More than 100 cases of the virus, which causes a rash and a fever, have been confirmed in Europe, the Americas and Australia. That number is expected to rise, but experts say the overall risk to the broader population is very low. The virus is most common in remote parts of Central and West Africa. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, inching closer and closer to traffic, to the end of traffic hour, and still some traffic in the city. Looking at most of it on Uhuru Highway, getting out towards the CBD and then to Westlands. Actually, that's not true. We're looking at most of it on Thika Super Highway, coming just past Survey. Quite some traffic on Kiambu Road as well. That still continues, and it's been there for some time. It's reduced significantly on Limuru Road today, getting out as if you're going then to the city or then going on Wangari Maathai Way into Westlands. Let's look at that Landis Road, bumper to bumper, all the way through to Kamkunji, and this is spilling over from Jogo Road. Langata Road has not behaved too badly today, but we're still seeing some bumper to bumper action as you get towards the interchange at Timor. North Airport Road, where it was jam-packed before, much better now. And nowadays, we don't even talk about traffic on Mombasa Road. Who would have thunk it? Okay, so remember, NMS had said today was a day for those folks who are going towards Alvings Quebec and Gong Road to board and disembark at Green Park. Scratch that. Not happening anymore until further notice. Okay, so do not go to Green Park because you might be left standing there for a while. Okay, let's talk half hour. See what's happening in terms of traffic. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
7 after 9. Good morning.
We
We come into the final hour of the show this morning. We still have our guest in the studio, presidential aspirant Ruben Kigame and his running mate Irene Ngendo Kamau, here for a couple more minutes before they leave to beat the deadline that has been set by Iebc, extended to tomorrow, the 25th. Let's begin the hour with the day's proverb, City.
Yes. A cat goes to a monastery, it still remains a cat.
even when it leaves.
Was a cat, still is a cat, and will continue being a cat.
Even if it lives in the monastery.
My friend.
Or exits the monastery.
My friend.
Ndu is insisting on
he's coming out.
Even if it puts on the garb, still a cat.
And shaves its head.
Still a cat.
Still a cat.
Hides the tail. Still a cat.
Still the same. Ruben, we've been talking about, and Irene, we've been talking about the requirement to beat some of these deadlines by the IEBC. There's also something else that you have come out to publicly talk about. And this is from the very beginning, that you feel like you're being decampaigned by the media when you don't get fair coverage of your presidential campaign and your presidential message. What exactly is your complaint?
Maybe it's a little unfair to say that on SpiceFM after you've been given an opportunity to be on air. But we need to go beyond the convenience of being, accorded such space and ask, what has the media portrayed this particular race to be? So a media narrative has been coined, and I would say strategically, to indicate that there are two main candidates. When we know that
they are 55.
Yes, they are 55. And so, unless we don't know arithmetic, that is a narrative of convenience. But I think we need to be true to ourselves and say, who owns media? There's lots of investment by, the main players in this election in the media. So that is something we don't talk about very loudly, but you can be sure that there are media houses that have near vowed that they will give preferential treatment to particular candidates. And they've come out clearly. Media owners saying, Sisi tukona huyu. Now, that notwithstanding, we have never, for example, really made it to the print media. Every page you open, every single newspaper every day, it's about those two. So it's a narrative of convenience. However, in the midst of those are some really good journalists and editors and stations that open up their doors for us, and we're grateful. And at the same time, I do believe that maybe the days ahead, when we finally hit the campaign trail, that we'll see a lot more coverage, maybe, or interest. And so it's the narrative that we are against. When the pollsters come out and they put out the polls, who do they poll? You never see our names.
Can
you
I
never
ask a question?
Sure.
Even as you're saying this, Ruben, you must have, mulled with this in your mind often. Why do you think it is that attention is given, as you say, to just a few? What are the reasons that play out in your head?
Do you want the true reasons or you want the media reasons?
Oh, but of course, the truth.
Your truth.
We are in the media. So we know our media reasons. Now tell us
your truth.
It's money. Yes.
Expound on that, please.
There's no expounding. It's
money in investment, money in bribery. What do you mean?
Money in ownership, money in the paying of journalists and airtime, brown envelopes, notwithstanding. It is a fact that you cannot ignore. And whoever has the most gets the most airtime.
It's an allegation, Ruben.
What do you...
We hear it ourselves, but it's an allegation. When there's proof is when we are told here's the evidence. But so long as it is just being stated, it doesn't make it a fact. It just makes it an allegation.
That's why I asked you whether you want the truth or you want the media truth. So the truth is this, that I have been asked for money. All right? You want...
In order for what to happen?
In order to be covered.
Okay. And how regularly?
Oh, well, let me give you a case example. I unveiled my running mate last week on Tuesday. Who covered it? We made the invite to every possible media house. Was it covered? Was it a big story? I thought it was a big story. Well, on the day of, declaring my bid last year, July 7, not only was the media actually blocked from accessing Chester House, some friends of mine were actually diverted and told there is no conference here. And even worse, they went as far as returning money we had paid for security officers. Ukiona polisi anarudisha pesa, anasema, you cannot have a meeting here, we have instructions from above. This is an evil country. These are the manners we need to change. And, I don't blame the media. I blame the control and interference by the state.
Ruben, do you think that there is a general feeling among the population that this race has the front runners and the others? And not necessarily because the media has painted it this way, but that the people themselves look at it and they know, okay, so-and-so has been in this race for many more times. They have a bigger national platform, so therefore they are a front runner. And then there's a new entrant like Ruben Kagame.
That is a fact. The issue is, in the case of the media, for example, what does the media do with that in terms of balanced coverage, in terms of, giving equal space for the ideas that would shape this country, etc. But that be as it may, there will always be front runners. It's how you cover it. It's how you talk about it. It's how you take care of the so-called disadvantaged, and it's not just in terms of the candidates. It's also all the way to what gets prominence. In the media today, political stories, for example, will get more coverage, more prominence than, let's say, hunger in Marsabit or banditry in Baringo.
Yep.
You know that politics will always be among your first 2 or 3 stories.
Yep.
And sometimes such things are actually just not covered at all. So agenda setting and all that goes with editorial policies in this country, it's not just about, a presidential race. It's how we prioritize our stories in the media.
When you organize your rallies, because you've been organizing meetings, rallies, political events, do you feel like you are able to mobilize the same number of people as, say, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, William Ruto, Jimmy Wanjigi? Do you have the same capacity to mobilize the people?
I would like to ask a question before I answer that. And the question is, have you ever heard of something called professional mourners?
I have.
They're in cities.
Not only have we heard of them. This one we know for a fact.
Are you one of them? Can you be hired?
Actually, it requires a lot more preparation. It's a skill set that it takes time to acquire. Unfortunately, I haven't acquired.
You haven't gotten there yet.
No, not yet.
So having been in this space for a while, I can tell you for sure, we have professional hired crowds by politicians. Are you asking whether we do hire crowds? We don't. Now, do we still have crowds? Not yet. We are going to have crowds from the 29th. Have we had meetings, indoor meetings? Yes, we have, to discuss our, policies. We meet the people and so on. Have I attended funerals and, weddings or whatever? Yes, we have. And so the thing is that the crowds are not necessarily your votes. It is how you sell your agenda. Na tunasema kutangulia sio kufika. So you can be sure that in terms of people hearing a different way of doing politics, measuring on our three main things, utu, maadili na maendeleo, the country is hearing more about that than all this noise and insults and the name calling. You will not hear that from us.
You know, one of the things about politics is they say it changes people. You will start off with the ideals that I hear you and Irene talking about, and then you get in. And lo and behold, we start asking, hey, what happened to that Ruben?
It's been 13 months.
There's this
if
guy.
you've not heard it, you'll not hear it in the next 76 days.
No, it is when people get in. You see, one is a candidate so that they can actually get to that desired position. And so one must discuss that desired position.
Why do I get the impression that, like you say, that a cat would still be a cat, even if it is
it goes into a monastery.
Right? So if you put in, right from the word go, whatever quality that goes into government, irregardless of what you do, they'll still get out the same. So whoever walks in, the character, the values, the person themselves, that much doesn't change that. You see, they say power corrupts and so on and so forth.
An absolute power corrupts.
An absolute power corrupts, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But when we deal with the value systems of the person, you get into that space. Number one, what's your agenda? If your agenda is of a personal level, of a personal type, then it's possible to corrupt and corrupt absolutely. Number two, do you have a vision? Where do you want to take the people? Is it a people-driven thing or is it a personal-driven thing? And number three, are you answerable to anyone? Are you accountable to anyone? There are systems that should be able to check the persons that are going in there. Because not just about that because they have come in, they come in saying, promising heaven. And once they get there, they deliver hell. That can be true. But that is dependent on the person you put in. On the campaign trails, anything is said. People will be told anything and everything so long as you can get the votes out of the people. But the people would have to seek deeper. There is that which is spoken and that which is not spoken. In most cases, that which is not spoken is a real card. Look for that which is not spoken.
Irene, we had Jimmy Wangijege's running mate here, Willie Sotieno, and he told us in their campaign, their strategy, a runoff. And once they get into the runoff, they're sure they're winning. Is your strategy the same?
No.
Do you see a runoff or do you see yourselves winning
we will
in the
win.
first round?
We are taking it.
How many votes?
By a landslide, we will take it.
How many?
You see, let me show you this. For you to be able to take on or to do a change of what is on the ground currently for those that have been campaigning long enough and longer than us, you only need, and I've been saying this over and over, it's all about the narrative out there. The branding of the people. What exactly are you telling the people? What are you packaging for the people? And is it something that resonates with the people? Is it something that the people need? Does the country need that which you're bringing to the table? Working for strategy of runoff and so on and so forth. You can have very beautiful strategies on the table, playing the game as if it's a game of chess. But when we are doing the game of chess, where is the people? Where are the people that you want to control? And what value is it to be a ruler in a country of people that are sleeping hungry and so on and so forth? You don't want to be a ruler of such a country. Bring that strategy on the table and win it as strategy. Good point. Think, people, you have the bigger card and you have a more superior card than all the others. We're going the people way. We want to ensure that it's not just about winning. Win with a landslide because the people will resonate with who we are, first and foremost, and what we stand for. There is always a higher ideal that people yearn for. You see, in the bottom of everybody, in the hearts of everybody, there's that thing which cries out for the ideal, for the authentic. And that's what we're bringing to the table, a third authentic option.
Yeah, and then, of course, you look at our ticket as the most inclusive, looking at Irene bringing in a very, very strong appeal with the women, certainly. Both of us deal a lot with the youth that, form a very, very huge constituency. I don't think the big boys at all bring to the table the kind of persons living with disability. I don't think that there is a way we can really be ignored by the religious groups, the Muslims, the church, and so on. We represent a lot, the teachers in the education field. There are a lot of people who feel us. It's one thing to just hear slogans and things. A lot of people know we live with them. They touch us. We take Ubers and we'll be able, in Eldoret, I'll take a border. We are with the people. We talk to the people. You tweet me, you DM me, I'll DM you back. And we're on social media, in these social spaces. I think if you can relate to the people, you are able to guarantee a fair victory. And with what we are looking at, I think all these constituencies will bring us a very good number of votes.
Even as we look then going into the coming days, I think at this point where now the common phrase then is crunch time. What about those who have a question? What about those who are not sure? There are people who will make a decision at the very last minute.
True.
What is the tipping point? What's
time,
that tips the scales in
Sure.
making one decision or the other?
Every time you see an opinion poll, you have a fairly large amount of undecided votes. That is both good and bad. It is good for us as a team because we feel them. And these are part of the people we are talking to and telling them you don't have to choose between worse and bad, that there is actually a third authentic option. And we are also feeling them at the level where the reasons why they don't want to vote is not just those two particular choices. It's actually that the country has been mismanaged, so much so that the poverty levels, the hunger, the fuel prices, all these things are hitting so hard at the person. And our insistence as a team is that people come before profits, that people come before infrastructure. You do infrastructure for people, not for infrastructure's sake. And so we want to reverse the equation whereby if I look at the city or I look at Ndu, the first thing I ask is, have you guys eaten? When you need to go to a hospital, can you get the services? When you have children, how are they going to go to school? If it's a woman that needs to work but has nowhere to leave their children, can we have daycare centers?
Yeah.
So we're looking at all these things. Even when we look at education per se, for example, you're basically asking, why are we punishing children at class 8 as dropouts and at Form 4? Why are we mistreating our youth by throwing them out of the system because of how we do education? So we need a review. My government would do a review to the effect that we would reverse this because it's more expensive not to give free education, for example, because you have to deal with the overlapping issues that come up, drug addiction, early pregnancies. You have all this depression and parents selling land that you worked so hard to get in order to educate. Why should we be punishing a city for an investment he's worked for 50 years to get? So my team has looked at this and says, if we can prevent the bleeding, we stop the bleeding of the economy and ensure that everything that comes in is used for what it's, we pay taxes, but they're used for the wrong reasons. We want to ensure that they're used for the right reasons and in an accountable system. Once you have those checks and balances, you'll be able to see people's faces and say, you know what, something has changed. We want to bring hope to the people. We want a ticket that will ensure Kenyans can trust government again, because our trust is at an all-time low. In fact, that's part of the reason why people will not even give you IDs, because they're asking, what are you going to do with my IDs?
They don't trust the government that issued them the ID.
Exactly. And today, is it Huduma Center? Is it the Huduma number? Is it my ID? Is it something else? We don't trust our government. We need to develop trust in government for this country to change.
Ruben and Irene, we thank you very much for coming today. And we wish you all the best as you go through the steps of being formally declared as candidates in this election. And also now kicking off your campaigns officially for the next couple of days into August 9th.
And thank you for opening the space. You
Thanks
still
so
stand
much.
out as the most inclusive media. So you have helped change the narrative.
That's by design. That's by design. Irene, it's good to have you in the show. We hope to have you again.
Thank you so much for having me, and it has been a pleasure even to sit with you and talk together. We feel honored.
Come again. In the next couple of weeks, you'll have state security, so you'll be coming here with bodyguards and all. You know, when you become
You mean you
officially
didn't see them?
when
I
you're
could
officially
hide.
declared candidates.
You can be my bodyguard.
Nice
Thank you so
one,
much
nice
for having
one.
us.
Na tutakuja State House hapa Caledonia,
Karibu.
alafu tuende Karen,
Sawa.
tukae chini tukunywe chai,
Beautiful.
kila kitu. Thank you very much. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Keep it here for more. After we take this quick break, take a look at the weather and traffic and hear the business news. Reminding you, the Kenya Revenue Authority alternative dispute resolution is available. It's an option.
It's saying, come and let's reason together.
Even though
your sins are as red, we will help you make it.
Some are very red.
Come and let's have a chat about it. Don't think we're coming after you. Well, we are, but okay.
Yeah.
Let's come and have a chat and figure out how to figure this thing out.
9:30. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us to assert our will.
When the legislature are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality.
We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi la Wokovu is Jeshi la Wokovu?
I can't say it very well. No,
And everyone knows. Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Business news with SpiceFM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The official opening of Yetoganya sweet potato processing plant in Korea, Migori County earlier this year has renewed farmers' hopes for a brighter economic future. The 117 million shillings plant was launched by Devolution Cabinet Secretary Eugene Omalwa earlier this year and is expected to process over 100 tons of sweet potatoes daily, allowing farmers to expand production in the area. The National Treasury is seeking 75 billion shillings from the sale of a new infrastructure bond next month. The June IFB, which has a tenure of 18 years, is on sale to June 7th. Returns on the paper will be market determined with the paper's value date set on June 13th. The National Treasury has signaled it will concentrate on the domestic market to finance its fiscal deficit amidst renewed volatility in the international capital markets. In its 2022 pre-election economic and fiscal report submitted to Parliament last week, the Exchequer has warned of fiscal risks associated with debt service. Now, Kingdom Bank, a subsidiary of the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, has posted a 58.1% growth in net profit through the first 3 months of 2022 to 209.8 million shillings. The profit rise from 132.7 million shillings is largely attributable to lower cost, with the unit's overall operating expenses falling 39% to 494.8 million shillings. Now, Diamond Trust Bank has posted a 15.8% rise in earnings through the first 3 months of 2022, with profit at 2.2 billion shillings from 1.9 billion shillings previously. The improved earnings for the lender are anchored on a 10.6% growth in total operating income, which offset an 8.3% hike in operating expenses. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Arseto.
The sun is peeking out through those clouds at 19 in Nairobi, highs of 27 and lows of 17. At 19, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 18. It's also 18 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 14. Continues to rain in Mombasa at 29, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And Malindi is raining as well at 29, going to highs of 31 and lows of 26. It's partly sunny at 25 in Kisumu. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 19, while Kakamega is sunny at 26. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 16. Kampala continues to rain at 21, highs of 26 and lows of 17. It's now raining in Dar es Salaam at 26. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23. 12 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 19 and lows of 7. And the rain showers are continuing in Lagos. At 24, it'll go to highs of 31. It's mostly cloudy in Kinshasa at 23, highs of 30 and lows of 21. And at 33, Beijing is quite sunny going into evening Tuesday, highs of 34 and lows of 19. We're seeing mostly cloudy conditions out in Paris, highs of 18 and lows of 9. And it's raining in London at 11, highs of 18 and lows of 10. And New York, still Monday night, coming into Tuesday, 17 degrees, cloudy conditions, highs of 20 and lows of 12.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to
TikTok
Spice
coming out of traffic hour this morning, and we'll see that Jogo Road is looking a lot better now. Gong Road also disappeared. While Odinga Way, no traffic here. Langata Road also looks much better now, just getting towards that interchange areas where you'll see the most of it right now. The Thika Superhighway also much better, just past the Utali Drift is where you'll see the most of it. And Kiambu Road also, everything joins at the Muthaiga Square. We should be out of traffic hour in minutes. Keep an eye on things this morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Kenya's biggest conversation, it continues. So we've heard from Ruben and Irene and what they represent. It sounds like, you know, they actually are they have strong conviction and a strong belief that the country is ready for a reset. And a reset in the way we think, a reset in the way we operate, a reset in the way we also elect our leaders. Is the country ready?
Is it...
May I ask?
Is it needed and is it ready? I think those are two pertinent questions. Is it needed? I would say absolutely yes. Is the country ready to change mindset, change behavior, change attitude, and then change action? As CT often says, we like this behavior. The country, the people enjoy this thing of, you know, just kind of sliding by. Or you can be compromised in your behavior. No big deal. Steal a couple 100 million here and there. Not an issue. And, you know, bribe my way out of this certain conundrum. Nobody really has an issue with it. In fact, you're encouraged to behave in a certain way. Folks are kind of comfortable with the status quo, wouldn't you say? Do we sit in the back of our minds? People sit in the back of their minds and say, you know what, guys, we really ought not to continue in this manner. Things really need to change. We need to stop the bleed of public funds. We need to stop the actual thievery that happens. We need to stop this attitude of impunity. We need to get on with this business of being a country, right? in your latent consciousness, many folks are at that place where we know we need to. Come on, guys. Let's clean up this thing. Are you ready to do the work that is required to leave one mindset to move to the next? Because you can think, let me just change the way we think. No. It requires action. The action then is the following, this thing that you do that then comes back to change your way of thinking. That you can say, okay, I know I want to change, but see, I've got to move. Are we ready to make the move?
Am I allowed to add something to what I usually say about our loving corruption and loving the way?
Of course.
At some level, it's a coping mechanism. You do not wish to ruffle any feathers. You don't want to swim against the tide. Coping mechanism. But is it that people would want better? They would. But everything around them seems to indicate that better is what they have now. So they'd rather just deal with it. But if they were given an opportunity to expect better, would they respond differently? The answer is definitely yes.
Are you saying that they have not been given an opportunity?
No, they haven't.
So even Reuben Kigame and the others are not representative of that opportunity?
No. They are introducing it at some level.
Okay.
However,
but the people who are hearing them, are they willing to change?
Yes, they are. People are willing to change.
I feel like the Kenyans are not.
People are.
It's not the first time. If you look at the kind of character, that has come in and said, let's have honest, people-centric leadership. Over the years, even like Reuben was telling us in 2013, they were involved with Professor Ole Kiyapi. What was Professor Ole Kiyapi's message? People, public service should be public service. We think about doing the right thing for this country. Did people listen? Now we have Reuben Kigame. We have people like Njeru Kathango who have fought for change. We have people. How come they don't get the kind of numbers that would show that yes, there's a shift. There's a shift towards a certain direction. I think we are not ready.
I think we are. I would have been of the same mindset if I hadn't been alive in the year 2002. I'd have said, it's a constant. That's why I'm referring to the state that I've often described here as a coping mechanism. You see, 2002 seemed to herald change. And remember the Times magazine said, we're the most hopeful nation on the planet.
Yep.
And that hope, unfortunately, got extinguished a bit early. But it was there. Now, what is it that brought about that hopefulness? What is it that brought this feeling in people that,
I see the context of 2002, though, CT.
Thank you.
Number one is 2002 was like the culmination and the realization of the dream of the clamor in the 80s, the clamor in the 90s, the idea to change. That finally you are getting this KANU thing out of office, out of power. That was it.
Yes.
And the feeling of, this thing we had heaped all our issues on, blaming it on KANU. In fact, even Moi had said, it doesn't rain, Moi. It doesn't, Moi. It was that feeling of, this is the thing, we have identified this is our problem. So as long as this thing is moving, now we are hopeful. But in terms of wanting to put in the work, wanting to define what this new hope is all about, it's just get this thing out. Omo of Kenneth Matiba, Operation Moi out. It was finally it. Right now, we have not concretized on what our enemy is.
KANU was easy. It was easy for it to symbolize everything that was considered evil because we didn't have any other political party to speak of.
Yep.
Okay.
And generations had grown up just knowing
KANU. Yes. Then we had multi-party with its confusion and what we did and how we ended up. As you say correctly, it was a journey. Why I'm saying people are ready now, we don't have KANU, but the very thing that KANU was associated with is what impunity and corruption in this country has done. It's choking us, literally choking the living life out of us. So if you're talking about something that people are tired of, yes, they accommodate corruption because, as I said, it's a coping mechanism. But are you saying people are tired of it? I believe they are, because at some level, whether they like it or not, they are beginning not just to feel, but to feel it seriously, what it is that this corruption does to you and how it changes your life absolutely negatively. A lot of the noise that we hear are even why do you think, for instance, the empowerment narrative that UDA has had, why do you think, for instance, it has gained traction? Because they attempted to point the problems that we are having on a group of people whom they call dynasties. Okay? You know, I love this country. Even dynasties call other dynasties. Yes.
And all dynasties call themselves hustlers.
Hustlers, yes.
I'm a hustler.
It's a lovely country. So the mix and match still doesn't remove the reality of the poverty, the plight, the problems that citizens are. And the citizens understand. It's not that they don't. They do understand that if all these monies that go to the counties and all these monies that are supposed to go into projects actually did what they were supposed to do, they wouldn't be having the problem they. Yes. So it's a question of who is going to articulate these things and also represent the gumption and the mettle to actually realize the things that they're saying. Now, are we saying that they're ready for change? I am saying, remember we argued, people probably haven't suffered adequately for them to actually want change. COVID. It
has brought in something.
Yeah, then Russia and Ukraine have helped tremendously because everything now, oil, Russia, Ukraine.
Mafuta kupika.
Forget even EPRA. In fact, EPRA is even being blamed for mafuta kupika because
sini mafuta.
So anything that could possibly go wrong, Murphy's Law here in this country, you see it. So if we're looking for reasons as to why we should embrace change, we have them.
But you see, we haven't been able to bring it down to define it. As long as we haven't defined this problem. You see, in KANU, we had hipped it all and defined. KANU.
Yes.
Whatever this thing is, it's just KANU. Right now, we know, yes, we have problems. We have these issues here and there. So we haven't defined it. And that's why Reuben Kigame does not appear like, the solution to this undefined problem.
You know what?
Yes,
just look at, take your pick. In what circumstance or in what situation have people, nations, situations changed? When it got so bad that you didn't have an option.
Yes.
It's not like somebody sitting saying, okay, things are not all really rosy, let me change. No. It was when you got to the wall and all you were seeing was wall. And things had erupted, either in situations of conflict, civil war, world war, when things went really belly up, when you got to the basement and that was the lowest. That's when you see the change happening. And unfortunately, for most folks, until you get to that point, you're not likely to say, let me change. Until you get to the place whereby, you know what, you really don't have an option. And maybe that's the way it was designed to be. So that when you get to that place when things have actually changed, you can look back and say, never again should we get back there. Because you have been through the situation where things have actually gone to the dogs. And you say, we've got to get to a place where we will never suffer to this level again. But until you get there, you're not likely to make a decision to change because you're still kind of comfortable. There'll be some recourse here. There will be, a savior that will swoop in.
But then it's easy, even as you get to that discomfort, then you also define your problem and you personify that problem. Look at Sri Lanka. They're looking at the Rajapaksa family as the problem. Okay, so hakuna mafuta, hakuna chakula, hakuna nini. Rajapaksa, you and your people, you are the problem. Get out. Sudan, they looked at this one man, Omar al-Bashir. They looked in Egypt, they looked in Tunisia, they looked, and so it's one person. And they said, you out. That conversation had started with trying to define it as a people, as a group. Hustler, dynasty. And the dynasty was actually coming to try and pinpoint who is being referred to as dynasty here. It completely fizzled out immediately. But that is why that conversation was heading. It was singling out and saying, we have personified
your problem.
The problem.
Ni
hapa. It fizzled out. We have...
Because they hadn't gotten it.
No. No, because the people who are accusing and the people who are being accused are the same.
There was no difference. I mean, after a while, you get a bit confused.
So exactly.
What are
they
people
had
talking
not
about?
gotten to the root of the problem. It doesn't matter who was pointing
People
the
are
accusatory
people
finger.
are the root of the problem. I think the problem is that the preacher is pointing at another preacher and calling that other preacher as the devil.
Yes.
And people are like, hey, okay, hapana way to see to your preacher devil. You know, now we'll all be burnt because we all wear the same missionary garb. So we'll all be. So let's abandon that talk. Let's come back here. So the move to define collapsed. If we get to a point where we can define and clearly say, this is it, then someone else will come out of nowhere and they'll be completely different and they look like the solution. For now,
you know, the purity of what we're saying. Yes, but the purity of what we're saying is often interrupted or interfered with a particular peculiarity that we have. Among the things that I love about Kenyans and I love about being Kenyan is our solution-seeking mechanism. Yes, things may be dire, they may be bleak, but it doesn't snuff out that flicker of hope that we tend to have. This one seems to burn eternal. Even amidst the dreariest and the darkest of situation, you still find people are thinking, no, this is something can work out here. If this happens, this can work out.
Play around.
Yes, now, our politicians seem to take credit for it, and they don't realize that actually it has nothing to do with them. In fact, the manifestation of it is there because people are defying the odds that have been placed on their shoulders. All the trouble, all the difficulties, where they should have actually drowned, they're saying, no, forget it. So long as I can lift my nose every once in a while to take in some air, I'm okay. And they ignore all the water that they've been immersed in. Now, again, the question, are they ready for change? I think they are. No, they most definitely are. Because
what would the tipping point be?
I think the tipping point has arrived. I'll tell you why. And Reuben Kigame had a valid point here. Because when we in the media promote the candidates who, by all polls and all indications, are the most powerful, we actually condemn the others without even trying to do so. And in condemning them, we condemn whatever message they may have. So essentially, we are saying that they and their message and whatever they hope to do are insignificant.
They mean nothing.
We've actually dimmed it.
Yeah.
But the reason why I'm saying that the glimmer of hope, I would have assumed that the issue of a running mate shouldn't matter at all in the country. I've been actually very pleasantly surprised. It seems to matter.
In this particular election?
Yeah, it is. For some strange reason, the candidates are the candidates, but the running mates seem to be the ones who seem to be altering our conversations about who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
let's go to the phone lines.
Please, let's do.
Moha is on the line. Moha in Nairobi. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've listened to almost the last 1 hour of your conversation, and there's one thing that personally I wanted to bring up. The status quo, we cannot continue the way things have been continuing. Now, for example, I'll ask TT, if our representative would meet us every 3 months for status update or for progress report. This is what I promised you. This is what I've delivered. This is where I've run into a hurdle. This is how I intend to get out of it. Project 1, 2, and 3 are finished. What else do you have that can take up this position so that we move forward? This is basically their campaign promises. We are looking at what have they done. Where have they not been able to proceed?
Yep.
Now, any other business? Okay, Mr. Politician, there's this scandal about Kimwarere and Aror Dam. What is your stand on that? Because we are not in Kimwarere or Aror, but the people who are involved, who seem to be involved, are in your party. So are you supporting them because they're in your party, or do you stand with your values, the ones we saw in you before we elected you? That is the way I've been looking at it for the past, I think, 1.5 years. Because we cannot continue in this situation whereby we vote for a member of parliament, then the next time we're going to stock take is when he's going to come to speak at us
5 years later.
in 5 years later in a political podium. We need to be able to meet these guys every 3 months.
But Moha, let me ask you this question, if I may. The politician will be the politician, but since he's our politician and we are the ones who have elected him, are we ready to change? Because they remain constant. They are a constant. But if we are a constant, then we will be complaining after the 5th year or during the 5th year. Is it possible for us to hold our elected leaders accountable? We've talked of social contracts and the like. Are we able to?
We are able to.
Then why don't
you? Remember the last time I called you guys, I was bitter with some MP Arati. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, we
Yes.
But back then, this thing had not resonated with me. How do we go about it? Basically, be able to meet our representatives. We cannot continue doing this every 5 years.
So demand like town halls or demand meetings where we have status.
In fact, an MCA who tells you he's going to do ABCD for you, and one of the things he's not telling you is I'm going to put up a town hall meeting, a town hall building or a social hall, so that we can be able to meet. And that social hall is not only for meeting, for status update. Social halls are used for many other things.
Yeah.
But this is a place where your MCA, you'll be able to meet him every after 3 months.
Okay.
If you don't have a social contract where they have written these things down, or where you can hold them to account and said, you said we're going to be meeting once every quarter.
Yeah.
You have to have something with which you can hold them to account. And say, when you campaigned, we asked you for this and you agreed. Now we'd like to see you every Tuesday. Because there are politicians who do that. Whether it's a month by monthly, they will have a place and they will actually come as they told their voters that they would do. So they actually do it.
Now, that is good. CT, how about you start doing this? How about you use the radio, the platform you already have, to educate the masses, the voter, that there's something called a recall vote. This is the procedure.
That's a good point.
Teach it to us. Teach it to us. No, not all of us know it.
Sawa. Thank you, Moha.
You're welcome.
Good day. Ali in Mombasa, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Ali. How are you?
Fine. City.
Sasa?
Mimi najilaumu mimi mwenyewe kama mpiga kura.
Mbona hivyo baba?
Kwa sababu mimi naenda kusikiza maneno ambayo inasema City ni mjinga, Eric Latiff ni mwerevu, sijui Ndu akona hivi. Instead of me listening to Ruben Kigame giving me the issues and voting him for issues, I'm not going to do that. You understand? Sasa it is me to change as a voter, not the politicians. They will never change, as you have put it the right way. They'll still be politicians. That is one. The second thing is that if I want to change, I have to start with my own house. You are going to vote Ruben Kigame. What are our issues in this house? Then I go out to my borders, my neighbors, Nanini. Then we go and tell Ruben Kigame, your issues are very based on us community. We need you to come here. We will arrange a podium for you to come and speak to our area people so that we can vote for you. The next thing is that if he wants to take the change, Ruben, I have started it, then he has to start clearing the house by telling us, my MP in certain area is issue-based. My MCA in certain area is issue-based. So like what my friend has gone out, Moha, is that us have to get hold of these politicians, not them to get hold of us. Like that's I mean, ikienda pale, Haya sasa City, wewe si yako ni 1,000. We will never tell.
That's true. Thank you, Ali. Let's hear from Zachary. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, and I know we are short of time, and I hope all of you are good.
We are well, Zachary.
So let me be brief. And say that I concur with Mr. Ruben Kagame when he says that we personally, I blame. There are two things that I'm going to blame. One, the church. The church, especially the Christian churches, yeah. Although I know there are no Muslim churches, so the churches I blame them. Two, media.
Number two.
Number two is the media, but not all media, especially this. Let me.
So media for what?
The vernacular radio stations, and there are so many of them. Yeah. If you keenly listen to those radio stations, they are what we call the gutter media. They rely on some handouts. They are dividing people. Actually, they are not telling people the truth.
The truth.
And I wish they would copy the Situation FM agenda or the way protocol. They really want what.
So allow me to pick Maina because we have 30 seconds and Maina has been on hold. Maina, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Asante for holding in 30 seconds.
Yes, I am still of the feeling that we have elevated politics in our country far too high and above every other institution, and we tend to over-rely on politics for development. We seem to be only saying that the only day. I mean, our situation can only change if the politicians do, and not our institutions. I feel it's time we de-escalated politics and strengthen our institutions.
So we elevate institutions and reduce politics.
Yes, so that institutions can work independent of political influence. We'll be happy, regardless of who takes over as president.
Thank you, Maina. Have a lovely day.
Have a lovely day too.
Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Yeah, we kept cutting it too close this time, but we appreciate your calls. City, say goodbye with a proverb.
Yes, a cat goes to a monastery, it still remains a cat.
We will still be cats tomorrow morning when you come in at 6 a.m. Have a lovely day. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Network Dennis Aseto. Independent presidential aspirant Ruben Kagame has stated that should he be voted into office, he will ensure that his administration is full of individuals who deserve to be there. He says that he is ready to be scrutinized by Kenyans, something the current crop of leaders aren't willing to do.
We are a peculiar kind of people as Kenyans because we see them, we know them, we actually interact with them daily. Unfortunately, we still keep pampering them. We don't pamper anybody. We want to start what I would call a character revolution. We do things and say things that they dare not say. For example, I'm saying this. Check me out as a candidate. If you can find a goat that Ruben stole, I took somebody's wife, took from the kitty of Kemsa, then by all means tell me, Ruben, don't run. Impunity